ほとんどまっすぐでいいと思う。
またフックに。
そう、俺出だしはフックしっかりあると思うよ。
足場だけにしか見えないんだよ。
はい。
逆サイからは足場だけこう来てるけど。
まあ、確かにカップ周りはスラっぽいけど、フックスラでいいと思う。
フックの方が強い。
まあ、ただここはスピード感あるから、そこまで。あればどちらかというと、俺はフックを強めに見たい。でももう全体的にはそんな大きくは決めないと。で、ちょい上り。ゴー。
굿샷.
네, 맞습니다. 지금 9번 세컨이요. 혹시 찍을 때 이거 손 치웠어요?
뭐 방해 안 되면 밑으로 내려야 돼.
앞에 볼 보세요, 볼. 잠시만요.
거기.
그 건들면 안 돼요, 이거.
내려오세요, 내려오세요.
요거는 해야 되겠다. 짧다, 여기 옆에. 굿샷! 굿샷, 굿샷!
물에 들어가야
굿샷!
쳤으니까 좋네.
굿샷, 굿샷!
에이비드로. 감자린
It is another beautiful Sunday for some golf just south of the city of Chun Cheon at the Nam Chun Cheon Country Club. Welcome to the final round of the Hanabank Invitational this Father's Day. So happy Father's Day to all the dads watching out there. A couple of them in the field this week, and a couple of them have an opportunity for a very, very special Sunday indeed. Takashi Ojiso, looking for a first victory in his professional career, carried a two-shot lead over Kazuki Higa into Sunday's championship round, but Sang-hee Lee has really come out all guns blazing. He's caught Ojiso at the top of the leaderboard at 11 under par. Ojiso just dropping a shot at 8 to surrender the solo lead. Dongwan Lee going along well. So too is Yubin Jang. No progress made, though, from the hot favorite Kazuki Higa. Sang-hee Lee in a spot of bother off this ninth tee, so Ojiso perhaps with some breathing room. Lovely approach into that middle section of the screen. You get some very slopey surfaces. We've noted it throughout the course of this championship, the Hanabank Invitational. So finding the correct pockets of these greens, absolutely vital. And for Kazuki Higa, he can really count his lucky stars that the leaders haven't really pulled away from him, despite the fact that Higa really hasn't made too much progress. To pick up a couple of early birdies, but drop shots at 6 and 8 leave him level pegging for the day. Looking to end an almost 18-month winless drought. Watch this one come back off the slope for the 6-time winner on the Japanese tour. Fabulous shot. It's a co-sanctioned event between the Korean and Japanese tours, so the best from both sides of the North Sea contesting this 1.3 billion Korean won prize purse, 260 million up top for the champion. And when you see that search party forming down the right-hand side of this par 4, because that is the ball of Sang-hee Lee, sprayed it well right off the tee. Has yet to drop a shot today, picked up birdies at 1, 2 and 5 to move into a share of the lead with Ojiso, but really under pressure here. Tell you what, they've done well to find that ball into that almost hip-deep rough, well right of the fairway. No other choice but to chop that one out sideways. Just have 5 victories on the KPGA Tour, but none since 2017. Koshiro Maeda playing in the penultimate group this afternoon. Just dropped a shot at the par 4 ninth. He's made the turn well back of the lead now at 6 under. So third shot for Sang-hee. Mentioned it's been 7 years since his biggest victory at the Maekyeong Open back in 2017. Had 2 years of military service as well to complete in that time. It's taken him a couple of years to try and rekindle some of his old form, but if this week's display is anything to go by, Sang-hee Lee is slowly inching his way back to his best. This is the bright talent of the future of Korean golf. Yubin Jang, Asian Games gold medalist, along with Siwoo Kim, Sung Jae-im, and Woo Young Cho. That round propelled him into the penultimate group yesterday. He's 3 under the card already today and bogey-free like Sang-hee. Gets that one to grab. Is it going to grab the slope as well? I think it is. Pretty well done there from Yubin Jang. For so many of the Koreans, very important week for them. Not only playing for this prestigious title at the Hanabank Invitational, but also a little prep week for next week's National Open staged at Wujong Hills, the Kolon Korea Open, where Sung Soo Han will defend the crown. 2 Open Championship spots also up for grabs next week. But Sang-hyun Park, the first winner of the renamed Hanabank Invitational back in 2018. Unfortunately, he would miss the cut. Yosop Seo had a blockbuster year in 2019, but he's made the cut this week. Bit of a non-factor, though. Richard Lee did have a hole-in-one in the opening round. He's having a nice final day, just inside the top 10 right now. The Canadian who makes his home in South Korea and recently became a dad at the end of last year. Australia's Chun Cheon Lee completed a wonderful double when he picked up the Hanabank Invitational and the Korean Open back in 2022. Best at Yunshin Park and a certain Joo Hyung Kim that year. Tom Kim running inside the top 10 at Pinehurst at the US Open this week in America. And Ji Ho Yang, the defending champion, one of 2 victories he picked up last season in a breakout year for the 32-year-old, who also played the weekend, but unfortunately not really putting up a very stellar defense of his beloved title. It's between Lee and Ojiso at 11 under par. Dongwon Lee, he's never won on tour. Been a professional for 17 years now. Could he produce something magical this Sunday afternoon? Wonder how Takashi Ojiso slept last night with that 2-shot cushion. Got this birdie putt at 9 to move back out in front by himself, and that is a timely birdie for Takashi Ojiso. Excellent putt. He'll turn in 1 under par 34, and if you gave him that on the first tee, I'm pretty sure he would have taken it. So he'll lead by at least 1 with 9 to play. Sang-hee Lee still with a par putt to come as we go up to 10, and Maeda's birdie opportunity. Well, great bounce back for Koshiro Maeda. Moving back to 7 under par. It's good enough for a share of 6th right now. Now Sang-hee, you don't want to give up a 2-shot swing with Ojiso's birdie. It's a pretty similar line to the Japanese player. These are the kind of putts that you need to hole on Championship Sunday if you want to entertain thoughts of kissing the cup at day's end. Oh, stellar from Sang-hee. And that'll delight the home fans who really want to see this championship being kept on Korean soil. A clean outward half of 32 will keep Sang-hee within 1 of Takashi Ojiso. Jang joined Sang-hee at 11 under. Got the free line read off Maeda. Oh. Here comes the 21-year-old. That's a 4th birdie of his day. Super stuff from Yubin Jang. With birdies falling all around him, Higa just needs to keep pace here. Excellent look, but not an easy putt, putting straight down the hill. Looks like it wants to just creep a touch to his right. Started that low. Unfortunately, just seen a bit too much of that from Kazuki Higa this week. He's been very open about the fact that he wants to get back in that winner's circle again, but every week that goes by where Higa does not contend, does not get the job done, it just starts to build up a little bit of doubt and scar tissue between the ears. Go out to the back 9 and the second shot into 11 of the hard-charging Dongwon Lee, who began this final round with 5 straight birdies. Talk about making an impression. It's at least a club shot there for the 37-year-old. Yunshin Park will be left to rue a bit of a disappointing day of 3 over par yesterday. Much better today from the 2-time champion. Good to see the big South African Sean Norris going along well too. He's got 1 hole left to play in his final round. He's at 6 under and running inside the top 10. Speaking of 10, let's head out to the start of the back 9. This tricky 534-meter par 5. We've already seen a couple of big numbers here throughout the course of the week. It's fraught with danger. Tomoharu Utsuki took a 9 on day 1. Chan Min-jung took an 11 on this hole. This is a man who's won the Maekong Open, one of the hardest championships to win in South Korea. He took 11 to get home on this par 5. The layup here pinches you in between this rock wall on the right, this valley on the left, and once that's done, it's still a tough ask. This very undulating green that is 51 paces deep. The pin today in that middle section, 22 from the front, 4 from the left. Fairly accessible hole, couple of slopes you can use just past it to reel that ball back down, but you certainly don't want to miss it in that left bunker. He got not the longest play on tour, but certainly one of the most accurate on the JGTO, opting for a 3-wood here. You see a lot of players go with less than driver because that fairway does pitch downhill slightly, right around the 250 mark. You can run out of fairway down the left. He's got it to that downhill spot. Should just about stay in the short stuff. Away for Takashi Ojiso and that one-shot cushion. It's the 3rd time this season he has carried a lead into Sunday. Finished 3rd at the Crowns. Finished outside the top 10 at the Mori Building Cup last week to eventual winner Hiroshi Iwata. It was around a 74 to end last Sunday for Ojiso. Will it be 3rd time lucky for the 27-year-old from Aichi? Certainly would mean so much to Sang-hee Lee to get back in the winner's circle again, 7 years removed from that win in the rain Sunday at Namseol. It's been a long journey back for the very talented young man. Nine holes remaining at this year's Hanabank Invitational. Who's going to come out on top? Just waiting for someone to catch fire on the back 9. Will it be Dongwan Lee? He certainly would be the dark horse of all dark horses. And it's the top 15 on that leaderboard. Never kept his card on the KPGA Tour. Actually had to spend some time on the Srixon Tour over the last couple of seasons to earn his way back to Korea's Premier League. Dong Min Lee up ahead at the par 3 13. This one's going to have to ride the fringe. A lot of movement from right to left and downhill as it approaches the cup. Got this one on a nice line. Oh, fantastic putt from Dong Min. Can't afford to be dropping any shots at this stage of your round. Oh dear, that could be a rather costly 3-putt for Dongwan Lee. Slide back to 9 under. After that barrage of birdies to start his day, it's going to be his second drop shot in 3 holes. say, it's going to be between the top 5. Maybe Sungyeol Kwon or Koshiro Maeda with a string of birdies in the backside could potentially do something magical, but really down to one of those 5 men who'll be cashing a 260 million won check at day's end. That's the pin on 10. You can see that greenside bunker I'm talking about that players have to avoid with their approaches, but it's just a case of a solid layup first for these boys. See, he got well down the edge of the fairway. Sanghi a little out to the right, but offers him a clear view of the target ahead. Much like Augusta National, you'd have to say Namso on the Korean tour. Very undulating fairways. You have to get used to playing off uneven hanging lies. Ball below your feet, ball above your feet, uphill lies, downhill lies, and understanding how the ball's going to react off the club face because of a slightly different hitting condition. Tell you what, it's the best I've seen Sang-hee Lee swing it in some time. Did have a top 10 finish at that Maekyong Open a few months back, won by Hongtaek Kim, current Genesis points leader. Now for Ojiso, he's only made 3 cuts this year in his 7 starts. This would be his 4th and 8. Twice. No one's beat him through 54 holes. Hasn't finished outside the top 30 when he has played the weekend, so very much a man who blows hot and cold on the Japanese tour. Crazy to think that both Ojiso and this man, Kazuki Higa, have the same number of top 10s this year. Just the one for Kazuki. No miscuts, but for really threatening to be in the mix. It's the best chance he's had in 2024, but doesn't like that. Just turns it over. It'll stay in the fairway, though. The man from Okinawa. Jump up ahead, check in on Shunya Takeyasu for the first time this Sunday. He's been sliding down that leaderboard, now back at 3 under par is Shunya. You want to look out towards the right edge of this green, hope for a friendly kick. That'll do for the 31-year-old. Good shot. This is going to be slow for 3 36-hole co-leaders. Hiroshi Iwata had a very disappointing round of golf yesterday. Took a 7 at the 12th, but that, unlucky. Well, there has been a debate these days on whether you should take the flagstick out when you're putting or not, and we've been told now that science corroborates the fact that you actually should. It will tend to do more harm than help. So keep that in mind the next time you're teeing it up. Just going to be that par for Hiroshi Iwata. Stays 1 under for his round. Now Maeda. Hook lie to a right pin with the green pitching from right to left. And he has done excellent. Fine shot. Another colossal tee shot from Yubin Jang. He leads the Korean Tour in driving distance. This one's going to be coming out of the rough, so just be wary of that jumper. catch the slope. Don't go too high up. Come on back. Oh, no. That's a little unlucky, and that is going to be a diabolically slick putt for Jang. Kiga. You just see that brow shot left of the pin. He's got to carry that. If he pitches it on that, it's going to kick straight right on him. Inch perfect from Kazuki Higa. There's been too much wrong tee to green for Higa this week. It's just been that club in his hands right now that has refused to cooperate on more than one occasion. Sanghi. 10 yards closer, but the ball a little bit more above his feet. I always found playing sort of full wedge shots of the ball above your feet a little bit uncomfortable, because every now and then there is the tendency for that toe to dig in a little and shut the club face down. Kept it nice and square there with that abbreviated follow through. But doesn't find the middle tier. That's not going to be an easy putt. Go back up to 13. And the birdie putt for the man who plies it straight on both tours in Korea and Japan, Yong-Han Song, 2016 Singapore Open champion. Seven-year winless drought last year at the ABC Sansan Augusta Championship in Japan for a second JGTO win. Now Ojiso last to go into 10. Not really scaring the hole, but importantly he's in that middle level. Just need to touch this one, Yubin. It will gather pace quite quickly. Oh my goodness, Yubin Jang. That putter is sizzling hot on Sunday. That's back-to-back birdies to begin his inward half, and he grabs a share of the lead with Takashi Ojiso. Sin-Young Kim, well-travelled veteran, 48 years of age, still winless in his career, but having a nice tournament this week in Chun Cheon. Maeda to match the hot back nine start of Yubin Jang. Okay. I said he'd need something special on the back nine. So far, so good. Dongwan Lee. 12 has been a very tricky hole this week. Crumply green. So hard to find that higher left section where the pin is today. Tugs it left, and with a short-sided miss, that's going to be a real test for Dongwan. Takeyasu. Best finish of the season on the Japanese tour was a fourth-place finish at the Kansai Open. And he'll get himself to 4 under par with that birdie. First of the day for Shunya. upper level of this 10th green for birdie. Gives an idea of the severity of that slope. It looked like it was going to stop rolling about 10 feet short of where it actually came to rest. It's pretty well judged. Not sure if Takashi Ojiso knows he has company at the top of the leaderboard. It's these sort of putts that you actually don't mind when you're sitting up top. So gently downhill. You tend to leave putts short under pressure. You just get a bit of tension in the arms and shoulders. So this will have enough speed to get to the hole. And for a right-handed golfer, putts that move from right to left, putts that break towards you, just optically so much more pleasing. It feels like it's easier to start them on line. Really good roll and a good try for Ojiso. Second hole in a row. It's a good opportunity for Kazuki Higa just to keep pace with the co-leaders. So we'll have minimal break on it. Can start it inside edge with speed. Only one of these three players with an uphill putt. Yeah, and finally, Iga gets one to drop back into red figures for the final day. Gets within two. There have been a lot of conversations through the years about how the 2 years of mandatory military service here in South Korea really can derail a few careers. We've seen some great golfers, go into the service and really come out with no game whatsoever. I think of the likes of No Sung-yul, Bae Sang-moon. Didn't look like the most committed stroke, but he'll pick it out of the bottom for Sang-hee Lee. Of course, I say that, but Sang-moon had a nice tournament last week at the KPGA Championship. He'll be teeing it up next week in the Kolon Korea Open. He's got this week off. Now, Dongwon. I think he needs to skip this one through that hairy fringe and just chance it. It's the only way to get it close. Yeah, not a bad shot, but another one of those testers remaining for Dongwon. It's getting awfully tight at the top of that leaderboard. The fifth birdie of the day sees Yubin Jang move alongside overnight leader Takashi Ojiso, with Sang-hee Lee and Kazuki Higa breathing down their necks. Can Jang continue his hot play in this final round? He split the fairway at 12, just 156 left, and this is where he's really got an advantage. Much shorter club, higher trajectory, a lot more spin. Can he hold it in that on that little ledge? And rake a high cut into that pin. Ooh, just a little shy, and that's going to make its way back towards the front of the green. It's green regulation, but that's not a secure par just yet for the 21-year-old co-leader. At least a club shy there. He got eyeing for position off the 11th. So with hybrid, should be able to get it to the very far portion of that ridge just before the downslope, leaving a much flatter lie for his approach. Maybe a little bit low off the face and off the heel, but no harm done. Funny, in golf you find it's not how good you hit it, it's how good you miss it. And so far, Jisoo's misses aren't really costing him too much. Sanghi with a similar choice of club, that hybrid. 5 wins by the age of 25 in the KPGA Tour. That one just a little wide, but it's setting up okay, although right rough, not really where you want to be coming in from to this right pin at the 11th. One of those putts for Yubin Jang where you know predominantly it's going to move from left to right. You can see that slope about 15 feet in front of his ball, but he sent this too far out to the left and it doesn't break back. It sort of goes straight and even tries to funnel off the left edge of the green. Start this too far right with not enough speed. It's going to ride that ridge and tumble off right. Such a speed dependent putt this from 60 feet. Enough speed from Jang. Seung-Yeong Kim at the elevated tee on the par 3 13th. Far back he's got the ball in his stance hand, really far forward, gets it very steep through impact, so has to turn really hard left. Open club face, try and hold it square. par threes pretty well this week, done one week. It's courtesy of 2 birdies on the difficult 17th, each of the first 2 rounds. Could make that par-saving putt back on 12 to stay at 9 under. It'll look good in the air, but it's going to come up at 50 feet short. Great putt there by Ada. Continues the hot start to the back 9. 3 birdies in a row. Gets up into a share of 5th. So you want to try to cut one in here. Start it in between the TV tower and the flag. Seems really holding that club face open. It just refused to cut. So Jang, huge putt for par to stay in a share of the lead. What sometimes those putts for par do so much more for your momentum than holding putts for birdies. It just preserves the hard work that you've done to get yourself in that position. It's a good 2-putt that keeps him level with this man. Throwing darts at it. Great shot in from Mojiso. Got to be a quick putt, but a little bit easier than Yubin's. Now, cannot see the target at all. Always makes these a little bit more uncomfortable. Ball sitting down in that right rough as well for Sang-hee. Solid round from Yunshin Park and Sean Norris. 67s for the pair of them. Leave them at 7 and 6 under par respectively. 12-time KPGA Tour winner Kyungnam Kang. 68, so he'll end his week inside the top 10. Stamped one of 2 tickets to the Open Championship at Royal Liverpool last year with his runner-up finish to Sung Soo Han at the Kolon Korea Open. Sang-hee, very slow putt here. Got to absolutely bludgeon this coming up this hill. Got a proper spank and still he's at a good 6 feet short. Left rough on the 15th. Tangly looking lie. The spot to Sang Hee. Would have seen Sang Hee's ball labour up that slope. That one hit with a bit more authority. What a try from Kazuki Higa. Fantastic effort from long range. So I'll keep him 2 back for the moment. Ojiso with a birdie putt to come. This one going to be just gently downhill for Ojiso. Should just want to teeter to the right as it loses pace. Oh, clutch from Takashi Ojiso. A birdie that draws him up to 13 under par. Leaves Yubin Jang 1 shot back. Dongwan Lee, unbeknownst to the leader's birdie, he's up ahead at 13 with his slow right to left putt over that mound. It's a good positive roll. Maybe a little bit too positive. Another nerve jangler coming up for Dongwon. Sang Hee doesn't want to let Ojiso ride off into the distance. These par-saving putts just as critical. Okay. A bit more conviction in that stroke from the 32-year-old Lee. After that wayward chip, Dongmin Lee now has this for par at 15. Who's only made 2 cuts this season. And this is one of the more lucrative championships on the KPG Tour. This is a huge day for Dongwan Lee just to try and bank some very valuable Genesis points. Just take some stress off the later part of the season when it comes to trying to do what he's never done and keep his tour card by finishing inside the top 65 on the points list. That's a nice par-saving putt for Lee. Next port of call for our final group, the 429-meter 12. So it just goes straight away and just keeps on going. Fairway pitches slightly from left to right. But you want to be down the right half of the fairway if possible. Just to try and give yourself a slightly better angle into this left hole location. It's only 5 from the left edge, almost at the highest point of that green. You can see it right there, on the precipice of those 2 collection areas, short and to the right. Let's see if Higa can build some momentum after that birdie on 11. He's got the honor and the driver. Seem pleased with it. Can't imagine why. That is fine. Down the right half of the fairway. Now to the hard-charging Maeda. Has reached the 13th tee. Haven't seen anyone pin high yet on this par 3. It's at pin high, but just a little left. So leads by 1 again. He's slightly into his face on this par 4.
Okay.
Seen a lot of balls this week end up in that left rough. It's pretty dense there as well. Jang likes to hit a little cut with his irons despite that strong left-hand grip, so the spin on the right should set up nicely for him. Abbreviated follow through, trying to flight one in. Again, bang on line, but just a club short. Sanghi been a little bit shaky off the tee with his last few swings. And that sets things straight at 12. A pair of Koreans and a pair of Japanese players in the top 4 on the leaderboard. The battle for this year's Hanabank Invitational. We've had a Korean winner of this championship. We've had a Canadian. We've had an Australian. We've never had a Japanese player lift the Hanabank Invitational title, but it's a Japanese that leads at 13 under with 7 to play. So Higa, slightly mishit tee shot, leaves him 179 meters into 12. That one sounded like it was struck sweetly. He's keeping a keen eye on it. Just a touch left for Higa. You can send this one out right at some pace. Just never got that one up high enough right.
やってから。
So off a slight upslope, just going to help him elevate this one up. Get to come down a little softer. Yeah, pretty good. Maeda. As improbable as this would be, this 35-footer is for 4 in a row. Sanghi, perfect position. Can he take advantage? Just right at that TV tower is the line. Oh, threw a dart at it, gets it to stick. A fine shot from Sang-hee Lee. Maeda. Alternative of that birdie effort. This one now for par. Okay. Walk that one in confidently. Good 2-putt. Seung-yeon Kim off the downslope at the 14th. Gets it all the way onto the back shelf of the green. Fine shot, which is going to keep getting better and better and better. Terrific stuff from the wily veteran. Jang for par at 13. He has struggled with the putter in the past. It's been pretty solid since he turned pro, so let's hope those demons have been exercised. Cabbagey lie in the right, thick stuff for Dongwon Lee. Has that got enough momentum to stay up? Oh, no. Oh, not going to get relief off that drainage cover, so it's more of a mental obstacle than it is a physical one here for Kazuki Higa. Your ball must be either resting on it or your stance must be affected by it. And he's made short work of that little pitch shot. Nicely played. birdies in a row to get him the right side of par. And the tee shot hitting up the right-hand side of the 14th. So outside chance to extend his advantage at the 12th. Yeah, line looked good. Just a little lacking with speed. Look at the speed he gets here. Short-ish backswing. Rips at it through the impact, but this one heading right. There's a bunker up there. Oh, I was actually turning over. We were fooled by our shot tracer. That's okay. These are the chances you have to take if you're Sang-hee Lee. Good tee shot, excellent approach. Got to give this one a scare. No, it's just going to wander away. He'll remain stalled at 11 under par. Middle ledge of 14, Dongwan Lee with a slow putt up and over this rise. Should be working from right to left.
Go! Get it!
Terrific try from Dongwan Lee, but it's going to be a stress-free par for the first time in a couple of holes. So just looking right of center for this par putt. Okay. He's not beating himself as he was last week at the Mori Building Cup. Someone's going to have to come up and get him as Higa also settles for a 4. Kim get himself inside the top 10 here. There's a very good approach. So his hands very low and the toe of the putter well off the ground. Not a setup style you see all too often in the modern game. And it's one that works pretty well for Seung-yeong Kim. Nice birdie for the 48-year-old. This really pretty par 3 13th to tee up from way up above the level of the green. It's 187 meters today, but again plays a whole lot shorter due to that drastic drop in elevation. Bunker right, water right of it. Don't think that's going to come into play for these three in the final group. The pin today on this par 3 in that little back right corner. Haven't seen anyone too close so far in this final round. Second hardest hole this Sunday. Just 4 birdies recorded. third of a shot over its par. As he did yesterday, it's been a very solid display of ball striking from Takashi Ujisa. Only missed one fairway in the third round. That came on the 18th hole by about 3 feet. Take anything pin high, 20 feet left here, that would be a good shot. Don't need to take it at this flag, not with the trouble that lurks right of it. That's for that to go, and tell you what, we've seen some players come up short today. That was at least 2 clubs short. Really nice round of golf from former winner here, Richard Lee. 66 for the Canadian, leaving in solo 7th at 8 under par. Would have been good for Thursday's pin on that left half of the green, not so much for Sunday's. He's had a front row seat to the game of Takashi Ujisa over the last 2 days. The two had never played together in their careers thus far. He sawed off the follow through there. That's pretty good, just a little left, but again, considering the pressure in the situation, that's okay for Sang-hee. Now Maeda on 14, downhill lie to an uphill green with the pin tucked on the left. He'll start this right of the TV tower, try and rake a draw around. Pretty fine shot, just going to go tumbling through the back of the green, but it's a makeable little chip shot upcoming for Maeda. Jang. Looks like he's taking dead aim here. 131 should just be a solid 9 iron up this hill. Fabulous stuff from Yubin Jang. He is really piling the pressure on Takashi Ujisa in this final round. Supremely talented youngster turned pro towards the end of last year and really has been on fire at the right time this week in Chuncheon. was a 67 yesterday that got him into the penultimate group. That wedge shot setting up a birdie at 4. And then another excellent approach. This hole. Yield another birdie. And you would make it back-to-back birdies with this nicely holed putt at the 8th. Went out in 3 under par 32. Gave himself a look for about 12 feet at the 10th. And this was a real bonus birdie that he held from the top side of the hole at 11. That one moved him into a share of the lead with Takashi Ojiso. Ojiso would respond in kind with a birdie of his own at 11. But Jang now with an opportunity to draw level with the 27-year-old man from Aichi once more. So at the start of the day, Ojiso's mindset would have been catch me if you can. Well, Yubin Jang is certainly trying his level best. Now to Ojiso. He's chipping it from the front edge of 13. You can see that pronounced slope, so let's try to dump it on the crest of it. Maybe about 5-6 feet right of the pin and just have that collect down. Took a pretty big first bounce. And that one's going to go trundling on by for Jiso's under little pressure here. I said this was makeable for Maeda, pitching back into the slope. Oh, he's almost proved me right. What a try from Maeda. Valiant effort indeed. Now Higa, even though he's coming downhill, last couple of feet going to be pretty flat, so this ball going to be slowing up significantly as it approaches the hole. Yeah, nicely judged pace from Kazuki Higa. So Yubin Jang to tie the lead once again. Still a good amount of left to right in this for the youngster. Got it. Yubin Jang ties Ojiso again at 13 under par. This is some special display of golf from young Yubin this afternoon. Certainly has risen to the occasion. The heat of Sunday pressure. Sankey going to be moving right to left as it comes down that ridge. Oh, Tae-Hoon Oh, former winner of International Series Korea on the Asian Tour on the island of Jeju a few years back. That's a nice birdie. Jiso to maintain a share of the lead. Real testing putt here. Got to keep that putter face accelerating. Oh, just catches the right edge. Very good. This is awkward to say the least for Dongwan Lee. Hands almost at the level of his knees. That pins in that ball on the right-hand side of 15. Really pitch this in the middle and just hope it takes a friendly bounce towards that area. Well, he's leaked it right at the green, and that's actually not terrible where he is. Sang-hee finds himself 2 back of 2 players. You're not going to stick around for that. That's also going to be a par for him. To your new championship co-leader, Yubin Jang. Comfortable looking tee shot for the fader of the golf ball. Start it left, just let it slide with the shape of the hole. I'd love to be 21 again and possess that kind of talent. The speed, but also the control that this young man has. Just a wealth of experience, another terrific product of the Korean national team program here in South Korea. It's produced its fair share of stars through the years. Jisoo just runs wide of the fairway at 14. And Maeda looking to follow Jang down the left side. Getting a little bit hot and muggy out there. Approaching the height of Korean summer, so rather humid and warm for these players. Important to try and keep those sweaty palms dry.
네, 괜찮아요.
Sang-hee. Ideally, you want to just start it at that right trap and turn a little draw off that with the shape of this par 4.
저기 플레이하겠습니다.
Oh dear, I think a golf cart moving in the back. Just putting Sang-hee off there. Cart paths run awfully close to some of these tee boxes. That breeze really starting to pick up. That one out to the right for Sang-hee, and oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. It looks like that's gone into the thicker shrubs. And he is coming unstuck a little on this back 9. With how thick that foliage is, it's one of those cases where maybe you don't want to find it if that provisional ball ends up in play. And he had to back off with that little distraction the first time, and then right as he got in over it, caught a big gust of wind, leaked it out to the right. So this is a provisional. Again, even if this one's right down the pipe and they find that first ball, this one will not be in play. Why can't I do that the first time? Every golfer's been there. Everyone's thought it. So Dongwan Lee up on 15. Could he carry it onto the green with a bit of check, or do you want to try and bump it into that slope in front of you? Bumped it into the slope and unfortunately took a pretty hot bounce. Yeah, Jinho Choi, former Genesis points winner a couple of years ago. He's blown hot and cold since, went off to Europe for a couple of seasons, lost his game and card there. Now playing back full-time on the Korean Tour and showing signs of a healthy return to form. It's an indication of how this breeze is starting to pick up and swirl a little around Nam Chun Cheon, just an added layer of difficulty for these players to try to decipher as they make their way towards the clubhouse. Choi at the moment just outside the top 10. A birdie on 18 would get him inside. It's 2 under the card today. Pin today on 18 in a very accessible spot, front of the green. 63 meters left for Jin Ho. Should expect a good amount of spin on this. Oh, hello, down you come. Almost too much spin there for Jin Ho Choi. Does keep the fans around 18 entertained. Nothing delights an Asian gallery like a ton of backspin. Upper level of 15, Seng-Yeon Kim. This one's going to go racing down once it hits that slope. Yeah, watch that. Watch this. I mean, really, he could not have hit that any softer. There's the slope in the middle of that green too, Severe. Some might say yes, and I'd be inclined to agree with them. So we go back to 14 and Higa's second. Not going to have enough oomph on it to make it onto that third tier of this green. Another testing par putt for Dongwon Lee. So just inside 10 feet. Just lacked a little pace. Could be getting expensive for Dongwon. 5 in a row to start, but 3 bogeys from the 9th onwards. Leave him outside the top 5. Jisoo just into that first cut of rough. Lie's not too bad, but still has to look out right and a little bit long. That's just carrying a little bit too much pace, and that is going to be slippery. Now for par, Kim at 15. Yeah, great 2-putt for Seng-Yeon.
나와주세요 빨리.
Yeah, Sang-hee Lee
이쪽으로 나와주세요 그냥.
lost that first ball, so provisional ball in play, now hitting 4. Almost want to start this at the left of the 2 carts you can see parked at the back of the green. Started that one out a little bit further right. And that's not going to make it up either. That T-ball on 14 could be a fatal error for the 32-year-old from Seoul. Dongmin Lee laying the face wide open here. Takes a lot of guts to play a shot like that. Good technique, good execution. Got that left for birdie. So Sang-hee having some troubles on the 14th. It's Jang and Ojiso tied at the top with Higa, really unable to make any sort of impression for that top spot here in the closing stages of this year's Hanabank Invitational. Now Maeda, ball below his feet, coming into 15 and coming out of that thickish left rough. Coming out of the rough, unable to get any sort of purchase on that once it did hit the green. Scooting along to the back edge. Now Jang just has to be wary of a similar type bounce. You can see him aiming left. He's looking to cut across this one with an open club face, hoik it up in the air, and it comes down as soft as possible. It's going to catch that slope, but has it got enough momentum to catch the one that matters? And the answer is no. He's on the green, but we saw from Seung-yeong Kim how quick that putt's going to be. Anything from the top side, be lucky to keep it within 6 feet. So both leaders with work cut out for them to save par. As we go to the Players Committee Chairman, Song-yul Kwon, will be nominated this season. The former Players Chairman, I should say, Big Wonjun Lee, now holding down that role, in charge of player welfare, tour affairs, pension fund. Important stuff. Jin Ho Choi on the 18th for a top 10 finish. And he's going to end his week at 6 under par. Still a decent outing for Choi. Nice work on the weekend, 68-69 for Jin Ho. Take some confidence into the city of Cheonan next week at Wujong Hills. Tae-ho Nok just made a great birdie at 15. This for another at 16. Oh, very nicely done. He was one of those players 2 years ago, along with Hyungjun Lee, Mingyu Cho, and eventual champion Minkyu Kim, who were involved in an epic scrap, four-way scrap down the back nine at Wujong Hills. Ultimately, Minkyu Kim prevailing in a 3-hole aggregate playoff over Mingyu Cho for the national title. And Dongmin Lee will join Jin Ho Choi in a share of 12 at 6 under. Good round of 69 for Dongmin. Get this one close, I think it's the high flop shot. You can't run it because it's going to carry too much speed coming off the backside of that hump. That is a sublime shot under enormous pressure for Takashi Ojiso. Fabulous. There's countryman Maeda. Those putts where you know it's going to move right to left and it will be coming downhill for the last 20 feet, but the higher up you play it towards the steeper part of the slope, the more speed it's going to carry as it gets down to where the pin is. So he gets this inside of 5-6 feet. He has done an excellent job. The fact that that's almost like a layup putt, really, just trying to leave yourself in a spot underneath the hole with the least amount of break. Now Sang-hee lost his tee ball. This for bogey. More than likely going to drop at least 2 shots at this 14th. pace on that. It's going to be a double bogey 6. Could be a very costly one indeed for Sang-hee Lee. Yubin's got a very similar quandary to what just faced Maeda. Really, the only way to get this close is not going to please any greenkeepers. You would actually have to chip this, nip this absolutely perfect, pitch it in the flat around the hole. The slope between you and the cup doesn't affect it at all, but that's a hard shot to pull off on a regular day, let alone under pressure. So this is understandable from Jang. Just send it out right and hope this comes to rest quickly. It's likely to stay on the green. That, oh dear, oh dear. Watching the US Open at Pinehurst, Rory McIlroy in the second round on, I believe it was 17, putted it off the green, then chipped it back in for par, so it is possible. Now Higa on 14. He's carrying a bit more speed than Sang-hee Lee's putt. Oh, watch out, Kazuki Higa. That's a bit of a miscue. So Jang's 4th now, having just putted it off the 15th green. It's funny with the way that some of these golf courses are set up on the KPGA Tour. This is actually an easier shot than the putt he just had on the green. All uphill. Ball just wants to kick a little right once it gets on the green. Decent try, but he's going to surrender a share of the lead with that bogey at the 15th. Important par-saving putt for him. Don't want to be 4 back with 4 to play. Task becomes that much harder. Well, Sang-hee's misadventure off the tee, Higa's misadventure on the greens could spell the end of both their challenges. This Maeda looks to complete his 2 putt for par up ahead at 15. Great 2-putt indeed from Koshiro Maeda. He's hanging tough after a bit of a tumultuous end of the front 9. Ooh. Just a little wide, but in she goes for Ojiso. Sits alone at the top of the leaderboard once again. Bogey 6. Could that spell the end of Sang-hee Lee's bid to end his winless drought? Higa 2 will tumble back to 9 under. Very much looking like a 2-horse race. Just 4 holes left to play in this championship. Taehyun Oh always just looks a little fidgety when he's standing over his iron shots. At 15, 16, and an excellent tee shot at 17. Nicely done. Done 1 lead. Looks like a pretty poor lie. In the right rough at 16. Pins cut close to the bunker's short left. Only way to stop this is with a great deal of elevation. And maybe clever use of the backstop as well. A really good shot from Dongwon Lee. So now on the difficult 15th hole, finding the fairway absolutely critical here. One hand off the club as he leaked this one right. No, it's just going to settle up in the left rough. Sin Young Kim at 16. Should get a good amount of spin on this coming from the short grass. Nothing for it now, Kazuki Higa. Try to think birdie home and hope for the best. Tough ask when you're now standing on the tee of the hardest hole at Nam Chun Cheon. That's been the culprit in this final round for Sang Hee Lee. That driver over the last 2 hours has not been his best friend. Crowd like it. I don't think Sang Hee shares that sentiment. And that's why up into that rather popular spot on the hill left of the 15th fairway. Maeda is going with a hybrid on this 16th hole. He's birdied this hole each of the last 2 days. Tugs that left, and that's going to go skipping along on that cart path. He's going to get a little extra distance, but you want that ball to finish on the right side of it so you can drop it in a flatter spot. I don't think it's done rolling yet. He should be okay there. Yeah, 2 good shots into 18 for Hyun-Woo Yu. This is for eagle. That's going to be worth some cash. Well done, you. An eagle 3 to finish, a 1 under par round of 70. And a top 20 finish for Hyun-Woo Yu. Accuracy isn't his play, it's power. Very much a student of the modern game, you've been, Jang. Even if you're coming out the rough, if you're doing so with a much shorter club than someone 50 yards behind you in the fairway, statistically, proximity to the hole-wise, you have an advantage. You can certainly lash at it. It's got to cover those bunkers round the corner of this dogleg. Absolutely left nothing behind there. Took a mighty swipe at it. But he's going to find the last of those bunkers. And now that could get a little awkward. It's going to be a less than full yardage he has in to this green. Pitched above him. Sang Hee how do you get it close out of this left rough to today's pin? Just came out low and left on him. See that hosel really get grabbed by the thick rough very quickly. For birdie at 16, Seng-Yong Kim. Not to be. So also from the left rough, but slightly worse lie for Takashi Ojiso. So sounds like a better strike than Sanghee's. And that is in an excellent position there. That's a good leave. You're almost better off missing this green right than you are hitting the middle of it. It's a huge putt for Dongwan Lee. This to grab a share of third. He's just seen Seng-Yong Kim's ball dive left at the cup. Oh, but Dongwan's stays straight. He can't believe it. A great try. It's only going to be a 4. Now Higa, from this angle, he can go a little bit longer, this flag, and use the slope just past it. That has caused all sorts of problems for the players who've hit the green. Now catches a flyer, and that goes tumbling off the back edge now for Kazuki Higa. Very much looking like a 2-horse race with just a couple of holes left to play. Nice rounds from Richard Lee and Taichi Nabetani. See them onto the first page of the leaderboard. But will it be Takashi Ojiso or Yubin Jang, both seeking their first professional victories in the closing stages of this year's Hanabank Invitational? He's taken his relief off the cart path. Just 42 meters left for Maeda. It's come out low, really low. That is a little clumsy. Sang-hee look to pitch this just on the top of the plateau, have it tumble down that slope. Tell you what, this isn't a bad shot. Should catch the slope there. It should start to funnel. Really nicely played. Takes a lot of creativity to even see a shot like that. Jang is actually in the first of the green side bunkers, so not as hard of a shot as I was making it out to be. Still, he's going to need to clip this one quite nicely. He has to carry it onto that middle step of the green. There is no chunk and run option here. He has the margin for error a little bit long. There's that slope about 5 yards past the pin. Oh, he likes it. Just came out with no spin whatsoever. Still, he's presented with a good birdie opportunity. Now Higa. Does he want to send one out right, or does he try and play it at the hole with pitch it a little bit further onto the green with some spin? And there's your answer. Oh, what a shot. Terrific shot from Kazuki Higa. Took the braver of the two options, and he certainly pulled it off. Dongwon Lee on 17 with the pin in the front right today. He's played this hole pretty well all week. That's not where you want to leave it. You can hear the frustration from Dongwon. Maeda send this atop the top of the slope with the spine and just have it hang a left and funnel on down. Circumstances, a pretty basic up and down for Takashi Ojiso. Sunday pressure, different kettle of fish though. He really has some nerves of steel. Played that with good acceleration. Now, Takayasu back at 3 under again. This quick one for birdie at 16. Nicely cozy down there for Shunya Takayasu. Money and points earned gonna count towards the order of merits on both tours in Korea and Japan. Sang-hee for his part at 15. Just an outside left edge putt. Gotta keep your speed up here. The hole than he should have, and a disastrous couple of holes for Sang-hee Lee. Double at 14, bogey at 15 as he free falls down that leaderboard. Big moments now for Yubin Jang. Seng-yeon Kim's putt dove left. Dongwon Lee's putt stayed straight. What is Jang's going to do? Hold his fair share of birdie putts today, 6 already. This for a 7th, and this to reclaim a share of the top spot. No, it just wiggled low. A great try. It's a good positive stroke. And that's golf for you. You can do everything right. Sometimes that silly little white pill refuses to cooperate. Look at the reaction here. He thinks it's in right there. He thinks it's in. Just starts to meander left. He's keeping a good attitude though. No shaking of the head, no slumping of the shoulders. He knows he's got the power to reach 18 and 2, and with his front right hole location on Sunday, an eagle, very much a possibility. Maeda for par. That's another really good two-putt from Koshiro Maeda. He's not making it easy on himself, but the putter's bailing him out of some problems this afternoon. Now Higa, for his part, to stay level with Maeda at 9 under. Yeah, good stroke. Making par on 15 today is like gaining half a shot on the field. Although don't tell Kazuki Higa that right now. He's still seething after that 3-putt at the last. Oh, Jiso for another really good up and down. Okay, Takashi Ojiso. 3 holes left to play. 1-shot cushion. Dongwon Lee. Everything sloping away from the 37-year-old here. Has to land this short. Just have it tumble onto the green. Settle, settle. That's why he was so very displeased with that tee shot. He knew it was almost an impossible leave from right of the green. Now Tae-Hoon Oak, second shot into the 18th. Look at this shot from Tae-Hoon Oak. Just showing you what's possible on this closing hole. Love a reachable par 5 to close out a golf tournament. Just presents so many permutations and possibilities. Sing Yong Kim went long on 17. He's letting to putt this one. The color of rough maybe impeding him slightly. This one to pop and run. Going with driver, just try to keep this up the right side. Okay, finds the fairway. Don't want to leave for par at 17. Walk tells the tale. He is spending some cash on this back nine. Sanghi. Higa signaling that that's gone a little left. Cart path, look out. Ooh, gets a very fortuitous kick off the side of that hill. Oh, yes, nice indeed. He's gotten away with one there, Sang Hee Lee. Sung Hyung for his par. Oh, doesn't come back from outside there. Costly bogeys for Lee and Kim at the par 3 17th. Well, Tae-Hoon Ok for an excellent finish to the championship. This for Eagle at 18. Oh, he hasn't hit it. He hasn't hit it. Tae-Hoon, you can't do that. Not in front of the grandstands on the 72nd hole. The two men with aces this week, Tae-Hoon Lee and Taichi Nabetani, who aced the par 3 third today. Currently sitting in a share of 5th on that leaderboard. One shot better is Koshiro Maeda, who's made his way to the 17th tee, although he hasn't liked the look of this hole. He's bogeyed it on Friday and Saturday. This could come around, get a little help, get a little better. Pretty good from Koshiro Maeda. Jang. It's a tough pin to get close to in the front of the green with the breeze at your back. With his speed, he can really launch this one up in the air high. Look at a front edge number, send it into the sky. Contact sounded a little heavy. Could get lucky. It's caught the highest point of that ridge, and it's going to funnel back down to about 20 feet. He got hold out here on Thursday. You might need that, and then something special over the last 2 holes this Sunday. Pretty solid shot, just unlucky with that hard first kick. Sung-Yul Kwon to end his championship with a birdie on 18. It's nicely done, Sung-Yul. Maybe a round of 1 under par 70. So number 1 priority, just get this one onto that middle step of this green. Done that. Pretty good shot. Tae-Hoon Ok will also make birdie on the 18th. That's a really nice finish for Tae-Hoon Ok. 3 birdies in his last 4. 3rd straight round in the 60s for Ok. Sang-hee. High flopperoo required. The high flopperoo pulled off. Good touch. You've been Jang, you're thinking right now, birdie, post 14 under, that's your target. You can't control what Ojiso does behind you, but you can give him something to think about. So going to be coming downhill, and moves from left to right. It's all from Kim's putt in the group ahead, just into the last sort of 2.5 feet. That ball just doesn't want to turn back. It sort of just straightens out and glides by the left edge. Oh, for Yubin Jang. He's had his chances on this backside. Still gonna need something special up the last. He's well capable of delivering. For quite a bit of money here, and that's a very nicely holed putt for Kazuki Higa. Don't write him off yet. Maeda. Sure, you would have had the perfect line read watching Yubin Jang's putt. Down the line at that one, holding its line for Koshiro Maeda. That's 4 birdies on this back 9, and he ties Higa for 3rd once more. He could just give himself the cushion he needs. He can somehow roll this birdie putt in at the 16th hole. Takashi Ojiso has already made 4 birdies today. This could be the most important one of the bunch. Just high, just a little pacey and a little high for Takashi Ojiso. Still keeps his nose out in front. Dongwan Lee up ahead on 18. Is he giving this one a go in 2? Could be worth a pretty penny if he could make at least a 4. Very much within range at 220. Lost in a little right, but in a bad spot to be pitching from short of the green. Birdie here would get him into a share of 5th, and that's worth a huge chunk of change. Sang-hee to try to stop the bleeding. No, that's low, and he knew it. Wind's just gone out of his sails a little. Sang-hee lead. Got up to the start he wanted, but it's been pretty rocky stuff since he hit the back 9. 2 balls to play, and Ojiso still leads the Hanabank Invitational, looking to become the first man from Japan to win this prestigious title on the KPGA Tour. Did see that one eagle earlier on from Hyunwoo Yu. This played as the easiest hole at Nam Chun Cheon this Sunday. You know what the assignment is for that man in the white shirt. You find the fairway with his tee shot. Very much game on. Clear, and it will be Maeda to go first, and he's just going with 3 wood, so pretty much telegraphing his intentions to play this as a 3-shotter. Best finish of the season on the Japanese Tour was in the season opening event, tied for 28th at the Token Homemade Cup. His 3 of his last 4 cuts. 62nd place finish at the Kansai Open amongst that. Twice this year as he finished under par for 4 rounds. He got off the birdie at 16. Biggest tee shot of the tournament for Yubin Jang. Trails by 1. That's safely down the left-hand side. Now to the leader on 17. Anywhere but right of this green is where Takashi Ojiso would happily see this ball come to rest. That's okay. That'll do. Takayasu 4 over for this final round. Not having the Sunday we would have hoped for. Awkward stance in the greenside bunker. Up ahead. Seung-Yong Kim. Get creative here. Go out left, try and use the camber of the slope to kick this ball right. Make a U-turn. Down you come. Oh, very clever shot by the veteran. Sang-hee as the wind starts to swirl on 17. Back down at 8 under par. Ooh, nearly jarred that one on the second bounce. Excellent tee shot from Sang-hee Lee. Too little, too late. Jang in the fairway on 18. Ojiso on the green safely at 17. One of those two men is going to leave Chuncheon with the Hanabank Invitational title. Takahashi Ojiso could make Yubin Jang's life rather uncomfortable if he can sneak this one in on 17. He'd gladly take two putts, don't get me wrong. This one going to be coming down the hill and bending from left to right from around 25 feet. His pace control and his putting has been excellent throughout the weekend. Needs to call on it one more time here. Oh, look out! Oh, great putt. Really good try from Takashi Ujiso. He will stand on the 72nd tee of the Hanabank Invitational with a one-shot lead. Chasing a first ever victory as a professional. Go up to the final hole and Seng Yong Kim and his productive week with a birdie 4. No, he can't. Best he's ever ended the year on the Genesis points list was 19th back in 2015. Kept his card last season. Very impressive for a 47-year-old to do by finishing 50th on the money list. And it's going to be a nice week for Seng Yong Kim, who certainly will have his eyes on the Seniors Tour in a couple of years' time. Higa would need birdie here and no less than eagle on the last to have any prayer of leaving Chun Cheon with the spoils. Already made a monster putt at 16, and he's not going to make one on 17. Good speed though. It very much looks like the title drought is going to go on. The 6-time winner in Japan. Done one lead. Big money putt this. This will get him into a share of 5th. No. Nowhere near it. After birdieing his first 5 holes, not a single red number in his card. After that, couple of drop shots. Still a very nice week for Dongwan Lee. He'll end his campaign with a 70 and a share of 8th. Goshtanya pitched it in the hole with the second bounce with that tee shot for Sang-hee Lee. Still has this for birdie. Just been that kind of back 9 for Sang-hee. Yubin Jang only needs a long iron to attack the 18th and 2. Hit that high towering fade into this front right pin. Oh, that could come down. Oh, you are kidding. No. Yes. Oh, that's cruel. If that moves another dimple backwards towards the front edge, that could be within 10 feet for Eagle. Still a fabulous shot nonetheless for the 21-year-old. Now Sang-hee for his par. So 3-wood off the tee, laid up to this point. Third shot now for Koshiro Maeda, who shares third with Kazuki Higa. Really crafty shot there from Koshiro Maeda. Super stuff. But certain of locking up an 11 under par total this week. Takayasu splashing out of the sand for his third. Fine shot. where Yubin Jang has got to start this one. And just unlucky that that ball did not feed down that slope. This has got more than 90 degrees of break on it. Just takes a lot of feel and trust, but this is for eagle for Jang. Okay, here we go. Didn't get it high enough. Looks to be a two-putt birdie. 13 under. Will be the mark set in the clubhouse by Yubin Jang. He couldn't do much more than that. The youngster. For birdie, Takeyasu. That kind of day, 75 for Shinya Takayasu. It's been an expensive trek around Nam Chun Cheon. Now back on the tee, Higa with driver. Standing on the marker of Koshiro Maeda there, just making sure you don't want to be trotting on your playing partner's coin. Not with this much money at stake, so it looks like Maeda's going to go first. I just think that's the right thing to do here. It's a gentlemanly act from both Jang and Maeda. Really nice tournament for Koshiro Maeda. His best finish of the year by a long stretch. 11 under par total for the man from Tochigi Prefecture. It's 13 under par going to be enough. He has done everything he needed to do over the weekend, Yubin Jang. Rounds of 67 and 65. He'll turn 22 later this month. He's played some stellar golf and certainly will go into next week's Korean Open at Ujong Hills as one of the hot favorites. Great playing from Yubin Jang. Clubhouse target is set at 13 under. This man, 13 under, standing on the tee box. The easiest hole on the golf course. Takashi Ojiso. A 4 for the win. And his driving has been absolutely imperious. That is laced up the right-hand side of the fairway. Surely is going to have a crack in 2 from there. Well, Sang-hee Lee, if he could find a birdie here, he'd grab 5th place all on his own. Certainly better than sharing it with 3 other players. Excellent stuff from Yubin Jang. Low round of the day, 65. But he can do no more. It's all in the hands of Takashi Ojiso, who's striding down to the 18th fairway, tied for the lead with Jang. He's coming out of the left rough here. Kazuki Higa has a pretty simple looking shot. He's got the best angle. And, coming out of the rough, this was going to come out like a knuckleball. So he can afford to land this, maybe even 10 yards short of the green, have it jump on up, much like Taehoon Oak's ball did about an hour ago. I suppose we should say this is to tie the lead, as improbable as it would be from 255 meters out. But hey, crazier things have happened in this game of golf. He's already holed out once this week. Just tugs that into the left bunker, and that's Kazuki Higa mathematically out of this championship. Towards his best finish of the year. Former winner Sang-hyun Park there, along with Jung Woo Ham and Sung Soo Han, some of the Hanabank ambassadors who teed it up this week. Fortunately, all 3 missing the weekend, but sticking around for Championship Sunday. Now, Takashi Ojiso, second shot into the last, tied for the lead with Yubin Jang. There's 2:21 left of this par 5. Trying to hit that high peeling fade. Oh, and that is left in an excellent spot, just short of the green on the upslope. So an up and down from there. Takashi Ojiso will be our champion. Visually quite an intimidating shot with the valley and the scrub about 50 yards in front of him, bunkers in the distance, but for a professional, especially with a modern hybrid coming out of this rough, not too challenging. To start this at the left edge of the green. Solo 5th. get up and down from was short of the green. There wasn't a chance going long. Clever shot, thinking clearly, was Takashi Ojiso. That skipped up, that would have been fine. If not, no problem. He's gotten up and down really nicely on this back nine. Think about the great saves on 14 and 15. That short, abbreviated backswing, and then just drives so hard with that lower body, giving his club and his arms ample room to whip through the hitting area. Has he done enough? Statistically, I would say no. We'll take nothing away from the talent of this young man to produce the round he did on Sunday. To even give himself a chance is really something special.
입장을 하고 있습니다. 갤러리 여러분, 마지막까지 최선을 다해 멋진 경기를 보여주고 있는 프로들에게 큰 격려의 박수 다시 한번 부탁드리겠습니다.
最後のグループ、比嘉一樹プロ、小木曽隆プロ、伊佐木プロがグリーンの上に入場しています。ギャラリーの皆様、最後まで最善を尽くして素晴らしいプレーを見せているプロの選手たちに大きな拍手をお願いします。
Nice touch, the 18th hole player walk-up introductions done in both Korean and Japanese, reflecting the wonderful bond these two tours share. Championships such as the Hanabank Invitational and later on in the year the Shinhan-donghae Invitational, which will be a tri-sanctioned event along with the Asian Tour, played at Sky 72 just outside of Incheon Airport. Jang can only wait and wonder. A couple of up and downs here for quite a bit of cash. A 4 for Higa would leave him level with Maeda at 11 under and share of third. Pretty straightforward bunker shot, this. Okay, not bad. Just came out a little slow on him from that freshly raked area of the greenside trap. He had to walk out, give yourself an up and down to win the Hanabank Invitational. It would probably be from the spot that Takashi Ojiso is, just short of the green. So pitches a little downhill with that first bounce and wants to feed the touch from right to left. I think Sang-hee Lee is going to go first. That one nicely. He's played it very nicely. Like I said, for Ojiso, it's off that slide up slope, makes the shot a little bit easier. Hands forward, club face open. Just turn the body through the shot. This is what you practice all those hours on the chipping green for, and up and down to win on a Sunday. He's done it. Fabulous touch from Takashi Ojiso. He'll stick a coin on it. But the result of this championship, no longer in doubt. Yubin Jang, he's done everything he could have keep this prestigious title on home soil, but some great ball striking and some really nifty wedge work from Takashi Ojiso. We'll see him finally seal the deal on a Sunday afternoon. The Japan Players' Championship will be the next stop for Kazuki Higa. He'll certainly take a lot of confidence from his stellar play this week. Yes, it hasn't panned out the way that he would have envisaged at the start of the final round. He played his way into this spot with a low round of Saturday. A birdie here, he'll share third. His best finish in 2 years on the Japanese tour. Well played, Kazuki Higa. So 69 on Sunday. He's going to come up just short. Wait for a 7th professional title will go on. Lee could have a solo 5th place finish. This birdie putt should be inside right edge. Oh dear. Just salt in the wound for Sang-hee Lee. He will share 5th with Taichi Nabetani and Richard T. Lee at 8 under par, level past 71 for the 2nd top 10 of the year. Well, the stage now clear for Takashi Ojiso to claim a first victory as a professional. The 27-year-old from Aichi, who picked up golf at the age of 6, makes history, becoming the first Japanese winner of the Hanabank Invitational. A final round of 68 for him. A birdie on the 72nd hole to close out Yubin Jang, who produced an excellent round of 65. But it's Japan who will claim the Hanabank Invitational title in 2024. Many congratulations, Takashi Ojiso. For the 3rd time in 2024, he started Sunday with the championship lead. He surrendered it at the Crowns. He imploded last week at the Mori Building Cup. But he will smile the broadest as he leaves Chuncheon this Father's Day. Sugoi. Ojiso-san, sugoi. Talk about that excellent ball striking he displayed throughout the course of the weekend. Ultimately, it was his short game. Clutch up and downs at 14, 15, and there at the 18th sees Takashi Ojiso lift the trophy and cash a check for 260 million Korean won. Hopefully this will be a springboard for his career and for the rest of his season. Possesses so much talent. We've seen it in full display this week at the Hanabank Invitational, co-sanctioned event between the KPGA and JGTO tours. That iconic trophy is going to be heading across the North Sea in the suitcase of one Takashi Ojiso, now champion here in 2024.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
있으신데?
So Takashi Ojiso will put pen to his scorecard, scribble his name next to it, 68, and confirm the result. A one-shot victory over Yuban Jang, who came oh so close to a first ever win as a professional with a closing round of 65. It's all Japan in the share of third. Maeda and Higa share third spot. Lee Nabitani and Sang-hee Lee will round out the top 7.
小木曽隆選手、カメラを向いてください。韓国で、開かれた大会で初めて優勝したんですけれども、その感想をお願いします。
ツアー初優勝っていうのを挙げることができてまずすごく嬉しいですし、こういう韓国の地で優勝できたのも本当に自信になると思うんで、すごくいい大会になったと思います。
네, 지금 투어 처음으로 우승을 했고요. 또 한국에서 이렇게 우승을 함으로써 좀 자신감을 더 가질 수 있게 되어서 정말 좋은 대회였다고 생각을 하고 있습니다. このカントリークラブは日本のコースセットとは結構違うと思いますけれども、今日の試合で一番良かった点は何なのか、そしてどのコースとこのコースと何がプレーとがあったのか、それについて一言お願いします。
グリーンのアンジュレーションが激しいので、その中でやっぱりロングパットのタッチがすごく僕は大事だなと思って今週入ったんですけど、その中でずっとパターのタッチが良かったのがこういう結果につながったかなと思います。
네, 지금 코스의 그 앵귤레이션이 상당히 심하기 때문에 롱 퍼트가 상당히 중요하다고 생각을 했었는데요. 이번에 퍼트가 좀 잘 맞아서 이게 상당히 좋은 결과로 이어진 것 같습니다. 試合の内容についてお聞きしたいと思いますけれども、18番ホールで、あまり緊張してないように見えたんですけれども、どうでしたか？
いや、すごく緊張してたんですけど、もう最後は相手のスコアもあんま分かってなかったんで、もう絶対バーディー取るっていう気持ちだけでいいマネジメントが最後はできてバーディー取ることができました。
네, 정말 아주 긴장을 많이 했고요. 그 다음에 마지막에 무조건 버디를 넣어야 되겠다라고 생각을 했고, 상대 측의 점수를 잘 몰랐기 때문에 무조건 버디를 잡아야 되겠다라고 생각을 하고 매니지먼트를 잘 했던 것 같습니다. KPGA のシードも確保したんですけれども、下半期に賞金の高い大会が多いんですけれども、韓国の出場とか計画もありますか？
もちろんやっぱり韓国ツアーはビッグトーナメントがいっぱい増えてきているのを聞いたので、その中でやっぱり自分の出て優勝したいなっていう気持ちもあるので、韓国ツアーには出させてもらいたいなと思ってます。
네, 지금 한국에서도 상당히 큰 대회들이 열리고 있는 걸 알고 있기 때문에요. 저도 여기에 꼭 참가를 해서 꼭 우승하고 싶습니다. 그래서 꼭 한국 KPGA에도 참전을 하도록 하겠습니다. 最後に視聴者の方々に一言お願いします。
小木曽隆です。こうやって優勝することができてよかったです。また応援よろしくお願いします。
오기소 타카시라고 합니다. 이렇게 처음으로 우승을 할 수 있어서 정말 기쁘고요. 앞으로도 많은 응원 부탁드리겠습니다.優勝 おめでとうございます。 네, 감사합니다.
Really must be such a special feeling for Takashi Ojiso to finally seal the deal, having come so close so many times already in 2024. He got his day off to the start he would have wanted, carrying a two-shot lead into the final round, an excellent wedge into the first, setting up a birdie. And at the fourth, Jang would start to make his move, playing in the penultimate group. Pars on his first three holes and a beautifully controlled wedge in tight to set up his first birdie of the day. Then at 6, Ojiso would blink. A poor tee shot on the par 3, a lengthy par-saving putt that wouldn't find the target. He dropped into, at that point, a four-way tie for the lead with Dongwan Lee, Sang-hee Lee and playing partner Kazuki Higa. On the 7th up ahead, Jang would continue to pile the pressure on. Long par 5, had to lay up with his second. Nicely controlled wedge. Really good spin control and distance control. Set up a birdie for Jang. But Ojiso would respond nicely after his drop shot at the 6th with a fabulous wedge shot of his own at the par 5. Put him down for a birdie 4. 8, Jang would continue to keep the pressure on. Back-to-back birdies taking Jang within 1. Ogiso would drop a shot at 8, but recovered it with this excellent birdie putt to end his front 9 at 1 under par. Jang knew he needed plenty of birdies in the back 9 and got that quest off to a solid start with that 4 at the 10th. Trimmed the lead to the narrowest of margins, and then he would grab a share of the lead with this ticklish downhiller at the 11th. But in the final group, Ogiso would respond in kind with a birdie of his own to move back to 13 under. And then at the 14th, big tee shot from Yubin Jang, a nicely controlled wedge set up this opportunity that never looked like missing. His 6th birdie of the day drew him level with Ogiso once again. Then there were problems at 15 for Yubin Jang, putted it off the green, led to a bogey. Great shot into 18. Unlucky that that ball didn't funnel down the slope. Had to get creative with his eagle putt, playing it sideways and judging it very nicely indeed. The ensuing 2-putt birdie would leave Yubin Jang home and hose in the clubhouse for the closing round of 65. And ask the question of Takashi Ogiso, can you make birdie on the last to win by 1? Ogiso responded like the champion he now is. Short of the green into a deft pitch up to kick-in range. The job pretty much completed for the 27-year-old from Aichi to claim a breakthrough title as a professional golfer. He wins the Hanabank Invitational with rounds of 67, 69, 66 and a championship-winning 68.
ハナ銀行インビテーショナル優勝者は小木曽隆史選手です。大きな拍手でお祝いお願いします。グリーンでいいんですか？いいよ。
Made sure he got all the equipment safely away before the showers of celebration began for Takashi Ogiso, our champion of the 2024 Hanabank Invitational.
하나銀行インビテーショナル大会はパー3すべてのホールでホールインワンイベントが行われましたが、2人の選手がホールインワンを記録しました。
바로 1라운드 6번 홀에서 홀인원을 기록한 이태훈 프로와 4라운드 3번 홀에서 홀인원을 기록한 나베타니 타이치 프로입니다.
1ラウンド6番ホールでホールインワンを記録したイ・テウンプロと4ラウンド3番ホールでホールインワンを記録した鍋谷太一プロです。
자, 먼저 6번 홀에서 홀인원을 기록한 이태훈 프로에게는 코지마 안마의자가 함께 수여되겠습니다. 축하드립니다.
6番ホールでホールインワンを記録したイ・テウンプロにはコジママッサージチェアが渡されます。おめでとうございます。
저 앞에 보세요.
네, 기념 촬영 함께 진행하겠습니다.
記念撮影を行います。
네, 여러분 이태훈 프로에게 다시 한번 축하의 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 다음은 3번 홀에서 홀인원을 기록한 나베타니 타이치 프로를 한번 수여하도록 무대로 모셔보도록 하겠습니다.
それでは3番ホールでホールインワンを記録した鍋谷太一プロ前の方にどうぞ。
네, 여러분 축하의 박수 부탁드립니다.
大きな拍手でお迎えくださいませ。
네, 나베타니 타이치 프로에게는 프랑스 명품 포코스 가구 세트의 시상품이 수여됩니다.
鍋谷太一プロにはフランスのブランド品コクス家具セットが贈られます。
네, 기념 촬영 진행하겠습니다.
記念撮影を行います。
네, 감사합니다. 홀인원을 기록한 이태원 프로와 나베타니 타이치 프로에게 다시 한번 축하의 박수 부탁드립니다.
ホールインワンを記録したイテオンプロと鍋谷太一プロにもう一度拍手をお願いします。おめでとうございます。
네, 두 선수 모두 다음 경기에서 멋진 성적을 또 기대해 보겠습니다. 자, 이제 다음은 아시아 각국의 쟁쟁한 프로 선수들 팀에서 당당한 플레이로 발군의 실력을 발휘한 베스트 아마추어 시상을 진행하겠습니다.
続きましてアジア各国のそうそうたるプロ選手の間で堂々としたプレーで抜群の実力を発揮したベストアマチュア選手の受賞を行いたいと思います。
네, 시상에는 한국프로골프협회 김원섭 회장님께서 도와주시겠습니다.
表彰には韓国プロゴルフ協会会長キム・ウォンソプ様よりしていただきます。
자, 하나은행 인비테이셔널에서 영광의 베스트 아마추어상을 수상할 선수는 4라운드 토탈 287타의 스코어를 기록한 국가대표 안성현 선수입니다. 축하드립니다.
ハナ銀行インビテーショナルで栄えあるベストアマチュア賞を受賞する選手は4ラウンドトータル287打のスコアを記録した国家代表アンソニオン選手です。おめでとうございます。
네, 김원섭 회장님께서 직접 트로피와 그리고 페이퍼 플라워를 전달해 주시겠습니다.
会長よりトロフィーそしてペーパーフラワーを渡していただきます。
네, 어린 나이에도 당당히 자신의 플레이를 펼치는 것을 보니까 한국 골프의 밝은 미래가 기대가 됩니다. 다시 한번 안성현 선수를 위해 큰 박수로 응원해 주시기 바랍니다.
若い年にもかかわらず堂々とした自分のプレーをするのを見ますと韓国ゴルフの明るい未来が期待されています。アンソニオン選手おめでとうございます。
자, 이제 대망의 우승자에 대한 시상식을 이어가겠습니다.
それでは待望の優勝者表彰を行いたいと思います。
자, 우승자 시상에는 대회장이신 하나은행 이승열 은행자님, 그리고 한국프로골프협회 김원섭 회장님, 일본 프로골프투어 모로보시 유카타 회장님께서 수고해 주시겠습니다.
優勝者表彰には大会長の花銀行頭取イ・スンヨル様、韓国プロゴルフ協会会長キム・ウォンソプ様、日本ゴルフツアー機構会長諸押ゆかた様にお願いしたいと思います。
자, 먼저 일본 프로골프 투어 모로오시 유카타 회장님께서 우승자 한복을 전달하도록 하겠습니다.
それではまず日本ゴルフツアー機構の会長諸押ゆかた様に優勝者チョゴリを渡していただきたいと思います。
자, 한일 공동 주관의 아시아 메이저 골프 대회 2024 하나은행 인비테이셔널의 우승자는 1라운드 67타, 2라운드 69타, 3라운드 66타, 4라운드 68타, 토탈 270타를 기록한 오기소 타카시 선수입니다.
日韓共同主管のアジアメジャーゴルフ大会2024ハナ銀行インビテーショナル優勝者は1ラウンド67打、2ラウンド69打、3ラウンド66打、4ラウンド68打、トータル270打の小木曽隆選手です。
네, 모로시 유카타 회장님께서 직접 우승자인 오기소 타카시 프로에게 우승 한복을 입혀주었습니다.
会長が優勝チョゴリを渡しています。
와, 정말 우승 한복이 너무나 잘 어울리는데요. 또 이렇게 2024 시즌 KPGA 우승자 명단에 이름을 올렸습니다. 오기소 타카시 선수에게 다시 한번 축하의 박수 부탁드립니다.
大城隆選手にもう一度大きな拍手をお願いします。
네, 감사합니다. 자, 이렇게 우승 한복을 먼저 수여했고요. 다음은 본 대회 대회장이신 하나은행 이승열 은행장님께서 시상을 해주시겠습니다. 우승자에게 우승 트로피를 전달하는 순서 갖도록 하겠습니다.
続きまして本大会の大会長花銀行頭取イ・スンヨル様より表彰していただきます。まず優勝者に優勝トロフィーが贈られます。
네, 은행장님께서 직접 트로피를 전달해 주셨고요. 기념 촬영 함께 진행하도록 하겠습니다.
記念撮影を行いたいと思います。
네, 감사합니다. 이렇게 해서 우승 트로피를 전달을 했고요. 네, 모자 쓰고 또 이 하나를 의미하는 숫자 1도 한번 해주시면 좋을 것 같은데요.
一を意味する人差し指を使って
네, 감사합니다. 네, 이승열 은행장님과 그리고 오기소 타카시 우승자 선수와의 기념 촬영이 모두 마무리가 됐습니다. 자, 이제 우승 선수에게 가장 기다려지는 시간이 왔습니다.
じゃあそれでは今優勝選手にとって最も楽しみの時間です。
바로 하나은행 인비테이셔널만의 시그니처 퍼포먼스라고 할 수 있는데요. 하나 원큐 상금 이체 시간입니다. 얼굴 인증만으로 1초 만에 로그인해서 정말 쉽고 빠르게 이체가 가능한 하나금융 대표 생활금융 서비스인 하나 원큐입니다.
それは花銀行インビテーショナルならではのシグニチャーパフォーマンスである花ワンキュー賞金振込時間です。顔認証だけで1秒でログインして簡単で素早く振込ができる花銀行の代表生活金融サービスである花ワンキュー。
바로 지금 하나은행 이승열 은행장님께서 하나 원큐를 통해 우승자 상금을 이체해 주시겠습니다.
하나銀行頭取のイ・スンヨル様より花ワンキューを通じて優勝者賞金を振り込んでいただきます。
자, 은행장님 이체를 부탁드립니다. 오, 네, 지금 정말 빠르게 인증을 해서 이제 대망의 우승 상금 2억 6천만 원의 이체 승인만을 남겨두고 있는데요. 자, 이승열 은행장님 준비되셨으면 우승 상금 2억 6천만 원의 승인 버튼을 눌러주세요. 네, 여러분 이렇게 해서 정말 쉽고 빠른 하나 원큐를 통해 우승자에게 이 자리에서 2억 6천만 원의 우승 상금이 이체됐습니다.
はい、皆様簡単で素早い花ワンキューを通じて優勝者に約2億6000万wonの優勝賞金が振り込まれました。
네, 이어서 은행장님께서 오기소 타카시 선수에게 우승자 시상 수표와 100% 재생 펄프의 친환경 종이로 만든 꽃다발을 전달하도록 하겠습니다.
続きまして頭取より小木曽選手に優勝小木鉄と 100% 再生パルプのエコーペーパーで作られた花束を渡していただきます。
네, 오늘 우승 트로피와 함께 기념 촬영 진행하도록 하겠습니다.
記念撮影を行いたいと思います。
여러분 따뜻한 축하의 박수 한번 더.
So that does it from our week here at the Hanabank Invitational. Many congratulations once again to Takashi Ojiso, becoming the first man from Japan to win this championship. I have to say, it's been a real joy having your company for the last 4 days on the KPGA Tour. Looking forward to seeing you next week, if you can, on the Asian Tours broadcast of the Cologne Korea Open. Until then, this is Timothy Lowe saying have a wonderful Sunday ahead. Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there, and we'll see you real soon. Bye-bye for now.
전반적으로 우승했기 때문에
네.
시즌 일찍 시작을 해서 우승을 했기 때문에 좀 더 다른 사람들한테 기대도 있을 거고 본인 스스로도
네.
뭔가 좀 기대도 있었을 것 같아요 시즌에.
네.
지금 하반기 이제 상반기가 거의 끝나가는 시점이잖아요.
네.
어떻게 평가하세요 상반기를?
사실 우승을 제외하고 난다면은 그렇게 좋은 성적은 아니에요. 우승 이후에 뭐 컷 탈락도 많았고 이제 통과한다 한들 이제 그렇게 좋은 성적이 아니었기 때문에 좀 실망스러운 부분이 있었는데 이제 저희 프로님하고도 이제 얘기를 많이 해봤는데 사실 우승 전까지만 하더라도 제가 상반기에 성적을 잘 낸 적이 몇 번 없었어요. 그러다 보니까 이제 그냥 평소 같은 건데 이제 우승을 했다 보니까 좀 더 실망감이 컸던 것 같은데 이제 그 부분을 다시 좀 마음을 다시 잡고 이제 연습 열심히 하고 하니까 좀 샷이나 퍼팅감도 많이 돌아와가지고 뭐 이번 주나 이후에는 좀 다시 성적을 잘 낼 수 있을 것 같다는 생각이 들고 있습니다.
그 이제 상금 이제 우승을 했으니까.
네.
그 전에 만져보지 못한 큰 돈이 들어왔을 것 같아요.
네네.
그때 기분이 어떻던가요?
어,
됐을 때의 그 느낌.
입금됐을 때 한없이 기분 좋죠. 아무래도 이제 큰 돈이 한 번에 들어오니까. 근데 이제 뭐 그렇게 한순간에 큰 돈이 들어왔다고 뭐 막 쓰려고 하진 않고요. 그냥 일단 좀 저축 많이 하고 일단 경비도 좀 최대한 좀 아끼려고 하고 이렇게 이제 좀 나중을 생각해서 좀 돈을 모으려고 하고 있어요.
재테크는 뭐 하시는 편이에요? 그럼 자금 관리는 어떻게 하시는 편이에요?
자금 관리는 거의 저희 어머니께서 좀 전담을 해주시는데 이제 저는 용돈 같은 경우는 이제 제가 따로 용돈 통장을 만들어서 쓰고 있고 이제 상금 통장에서 이제 그 경비나 이런 거를 처리하고 그러고 있는데 이제 솔직히 어떻게 진행되는지 잘 모르고 있습니다.
본인의 이름으로 했으면 본인이 확인 안 해요?
가끔 확인을 하긴 하는데 얼마가 들어있는지 아직 잘 모르겠어요. 솔직히 어머니가 빼가도 잘 모를 정도로 이제 크게 뭐 제가 관리하는 부분이 많이 없어서 잘 모르죠.
그 이제 말씀하신 것처럼 샷감도 좀 올라오고 있다고 말씀하셨고
네.
상반기에 잘 쳤던 적이 없다
네.
이렇게 말씀하셨기 때문에 또 이제 좀 더워지고
네.
하다 보면 본인이 어떤 기대하는 만큼이 있을 것 같아요.
네.
어느 정도 이제 어떤 기대를 하고 있어요? 이제 남은 경기들.
일단 제가 생각하는 거는 생각한다기보다는 이제 제가 목표로 삼고 있는 거는 상반기 끝나기 전에 이제 1승을 추가하고 만약에 추가 못 하더라도 랭킹을 20등 안에 무조건 넣어 놓는다는 생각으로 그런 목표를 가지고 하고 있습니다, 지금.
자, 이 남춘천은
네.
업다운도 되게 심하고
네.
좀 이렇게 코스 공략하는 데 있어서 프로들이 어떻게 느껴지는 골프장인가요?
코스 공략이 그렇게 만만한 느낌은 아니에요. 뭐 코스 길이 자체는 그렇게 길진 않지만 그린 경사가 원체 심한 코스라서 티샷보다는 좀 세컨샷 거리감에 좀 더 조심을 많이 해서 이제 공략을 해야 될 것 같아요.
본인한테 맞는 골프 공략이 아니다.
그거는 뭐 코스 들어가 봐야 알겠죠.
자, 각오 한마디만 해주세요. 어떤 각오를 치실 건지.
이번 주는 뭐 상금도 큰 데이기도 하지만 일단 한일전이잖아요. 질 수 없죠. 무조건 이기겠습니다.
여기까지 하겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다. 말씀 점점 늘어나. 자, 프로님.
네.
스폰서 기여하는 대회이기 때문에
네.
또 애착이 있을 것 같아요.
그럼요. 제가 이렇게 클 수 있게끔 도와준 우리 스폰서니까 하나은행에 항상 무한한 감사를 드리고요. 또 그 보답을 하려면 이 하나은행 인비테이셔널에서 좋은 성적을 내는 것밖에 없을 것 같습니다.
프로님들은 보통
네.
상금을 좀 많이 받잖아요. 일반
네.
동년배 친구들보다는
네, 네.
한 번에 또 큰 돈을 받기도 하고.
네.
재테크 관련해서 궁금해요. 어떻게 하시는지.
우선 그쵸. 저희 뭐 사회 친구들에 비해서는 뭐 상금도 많이 받고 돈도 많이 버는데 그만큼 세금도 많이 내거든요. 그 세금에 관련돼서 우리 또 여기 하나은행에서 많이 관리를 해주고요. 전 상금 벌면 여기다 그냥 다 맡깁니다. 알아서 돈이 불려지기를 바라고. 네. 그래서 사실 뭐 리스크도 크지 않고 적지만 뭐 또 돈을 그만큼 불릴 수 있으니까 전 하나은행에 항상 감사를 드리고 있습니다.
그럼 뭐 어떤 상품이나 뭐 이런 걸 드는 거예요? 어떻게 되는 거예요?
네, 상품 같은 것도 들고요. 저기 뭐 PB센터 이렇게 좀 담당해 주시는 분한테 자문을 구해서 알아서 그냥 저는 뭐 대답만 하고 네네 하고 결정만 하면 알아서 돈이 불어나는 마법을 경험하실 수 있을 겁니다.
일본 선수랑 같이 또
네.
한국에서 하고 있잖아요.
네.
이번 대회 각오가 남다를 것 같아요.
우선 뭐 한일전 이런 느낌보다는 일본 선수들 오랜만에 봐서 한국 이렇게 좋은 골프장, 좋은 컨디션에 좋은 대회를 하는 것도 또 일본 선수들한테는 또 좋은 경험일 것 같아요. 그래서 좀 멋지고 좀 버디 많이 하고 이글도 많이 나오는 그런 멋있는 승부를 한번 해볼 생각이에요. 네.
여기까지.
오케이, 감사합니다.
깔끔해.
네.
자, 그 디펜딩 챔피언이시잖아요.
네.
그래서 지난해 우승하시면서 좀 상금도 꽤 큰 돈이 들어오고
네.
그래서 이제 저희가 궁금한 건 그런 돈이 들어오면 주도권을 누구한테 갖느냐, 재테크에 관련된
네.
주도권 누구한테 있나요?
저는 일단 제가 관리하고 있고요. 일단은 아직은 돈 관리는 제가 더 어렸을 때부터 해서 제가 주도권을 갖고 있습니다.
와이프를 못 믿어요.
여기저기 퍼줄까봐.
그러면 재테크를 어떻게 하시는 편이에요?
뭐 재테크를 따로 하진 않고 그냥 조금씩 주식 같은 거 좀 하고 있고 그 외에는
저는
뭐
따로 적금 들고 있고요. 둘이 약간 좀 스타일이 좀 달라요.
그래서 그냥 일단은 또 시합 다니다 보면 경비도 많이 들고 하기 때문에 항상 좀 모아두고 있습니다, 현금으로.
말씀하신 것처럼 이제 프로들은 전성기 때 젊어서 큰 돈이 많이 들어오는 편이고 그 이후에 이제 많이 하기 때문에 그런 쪽도 관심이 좀 많을 것 같아요. 향후에 돈을 좀 아껴서 어떤 재테크를 활용해서 이거를 키워나가야 되는 거잖아요.
네네네.
지켜내야 되고
네.
그런 것에 대한 관심은 어떤 편이세요?
그런 거에는 사실은 아직은 없는데 이번에 선수들하고 많이 얘기해 보면 이게 뭐 하나은행이라든지 이런 데다가 많이 맡긴다고 하더라고요. 그래서 이제 그쪽도 한번 이제 이번에 또 좋은 성적 얻어서 한번 하나은행에 좀 맡겨볼까 생각 중입니다.
물론 양주 프로 얘기 여러 번 우승했지만 지난해 우승하고 상금을 엔화로 받았나요? 하나로 받았나요?
제가 그때 한국 선수로 신분으로 출전을 했기 때문에 한국 돈으로 받았습니다.
그럼 세금 관계는 어떻게 돼요?
이제 일본에서 했기 때문에 일본에서 세율을 좀 더 떼고 해서 들어왔습니다. 떼고 해서
그게 좀 마음이
네,
아파요.
마음이 아프긴
많이 좀
했는데
떼어가지고.
그래도 감사한 마음으로 잘 저축해 놓고 있습니다.
주도권을 뺏긴 것에 대한 억울함이나 좀 그런 건 없으세요?
네, 억울함은 없고요. 남편 카드를 열심히 쓰고 있기 때문에 괜찮습니다.
적당히 쓰세요.
네.
너무 많이 써가지고.
문자 그만 가게 할게요. 네.
여기까지 하겠습니다.
네.
감사합니다.
프로님 혼자. 네네. 감사합니다. 접으시고 하시면 되고요.
네.
조금만. 네.
됐어요?
내릴까요?
아니, 그 정도. 네, 좋습니다. 잠시만요.
네. 될까요?
네.
프로님 아무래도 디펜딩 챔피언이다 보니까
네.
좀 더 뭐랄까 대회에 대한 포커싱이 되는 것 같고
네.
어때요?
일단은 디펜딩 챔피언으로 나온 거고 사실 저번 주부터 좀 부담이 되더라고요. 뭔가 잘 해내야 된다는 약간 그래도 디펜딩이니까 뭔가 좋은 모습을 보여주고 싶은 욕구가 있더라고요. 그래서 근데 아무리 생각을 해봐도 이 골프가 욕심 부린다고 되는 거 아닌 거 알고 내가 생각한 대로 가지 않으니까 그냥 우리 원래 했던 대로 자꾸 현실에만 좀 충실해서 자꾸 내 루틴을 지키자라고 이제 와이프랑 상의 끝에 그렇게 그냥 부담 없이 플레이하려고 노력하고 있습니다.
그 한국 대회를 일본에서 하는 거랑 또 한국에서 하는 건 또 다른 문제잖아요.
네네네.
이 코스 컨디션도 많이 다를 거고
네.
이 남춘천은 뭐 업다운도 굉장히 심하고
네.
그럴 것 같은데 코스 공략에 있어서의 그런 어려움 같은 건 좀 있을 것 같아요. 어때요?
일단은 페어웨이를 잘 지켜야 될 것 같고요. 그린이 워낙 크고 언듈레이션이 심하기 때문에 러프에서 치면 아무래도 그린 세우기가 어려우니까 페어웨이에서 치는 게 유리하지 않을까. 그리고 이제 퍼팅은 당연히 이제 잘 떨어져야 되는 거고 일단은 포커스가 페어웨이가 중요하지 않을까 저는 생각합니다.
약간 좀 구태의연하긴 하지만 어쨌든 일본 선수랑 많이
네네.
대결하게 되면 또 우리나라 또 한일전 얘기는 안 할 수 없잖아요.
네네네.
그럼 어때요? 그렇게 같이 플레이하는 그 느낌들은?
일단은 골프장에서는 다 경쟁이기 때문에 근데 이제 또 한국과 일본이 이렇게 또 경쟁을 하면 또 국민들이나 이제 골프를 좋아하시는 분들은 관심 있게 보잖아요. 그래서 꼭 이기고 싶고 만약에 또 작년 같은 기회가 온다면 진짜 전력을 다해서 진짜 쓰러지는 한이 있더라도 이기고 싶습니다.
여기까지 하겠습니다.
네,
감사합니다. 네, 모셔드릴게요. 네, 앉아 계세요. 이건 좀 어떤 편이세요?
요즘에는 네, 생각보다 좀 감이 나쁘지 않아서 이번 주에도 그래도 잘 칠 수 있을 것 같다는 생각은 들고 있습니다.
지난주에도 꽤 좋은 성적을 거두시긴 했어요.
네.
근데 중간 조금씩 미스 낼 때 그런
네.
것들이 좀 보이더라고요.
네, 저번 주는 약간 좀 퍼터가 조금 샷은 되게 좋았는데 조금 잘 안 돼서 그래도 이번 주는 또 열심히 해서 좋은 성적을 꼭 이루겠습니다.
아무래도 또 이게 우리나라 사람들은 한일전이 그러니까 일본 선수들이 많이 오니까
그죠.
또 거기에 또 포커스를 갖고 또 이렇게 또 그런 부분을 좀 유의 있게 보는 사람들이 있을 것 같아요. 이번
네.
대회에 어떤 참여하는 그 느낌, 소감 어떤 내용일까요?
근데 남춘천 CC 코스를 좋아하는 편이어서 일본 선수들한테는 꼭 절대 지지 않겠습니다.
이게 코스가 말씀하신 것처럼 재작년에 했다가 다시 돌아왔잖아요. 그래서 좀 익숙할 것 같은데 어때요? 올해 찾은 골프장 어때요?
오늘 처음으로 나인홀을 쳐봤는데요. 생각보다 되게 그린이 재작년보다 좀 딱딱해져서 조금 어려워진 것 같더라고요. 그래서 조금 더 생각을 좀 더 많이 하고 조금 더 안전하게 칠 땐 안전하게 치고 공격적이게 칠 땐 공격적으로 쳐서 좀 그런 플레이를 해야 될 것 같아요.
자, 프로님들은 보통 우리 일반 그 동 나이대 그 직장인들보다 한 번에 상금을 좀 많이 획득하고 또 이렇게 좀 많은 돈을 받잖아요. 아무래도 금융권 대회다 보니까. 자, 프로님들은 재테크를 어떻게 하나요?
재테크요? 그거는 또 저희 어머니께서 하셔가지고 정말 모르겠습니다.
전혀 관심이 없어요?
네. 어머니가 하고 계신 걸로 알고 있어서 잘 모르겠습니다. 저는 그냥 어머니께서 골프만 열심히 치라고 하셔가지고 골프만 열심히 치겠습니다.
그럼 본인이 상금을 얼마 받는지 아니면 얼마 모였는지도 모르는 거예요?
그런 거는 알지만 딱히 그런 거에 대해서 너무 깊게 파고드는 성격은 아니어서.
그러니까요.
네.
여기까지
감사합니다.
감사합니다. 잘 치세요.
네.
네.
많이 없는 것 같아요.
그냥 은행에 넣는 거요?
네, 뭐 은행으로 뭐 적금 넣어놓고.
그런 거 하세요?
네.
상품 같은 건 어떻게 알아보고?
그런 건 뭐 그래도 뭐 주변에서 듣고.
그런 거 여쭤볼게요 한번.
네.
자, 가볼까요? 자, 프로님 이제 일본에서 했다가 다시 한국에 왔잖아요.
네.
여기는 재작년에도 했었던 되게 코스이기 때문에 코스가 낯설거나 그러진 않겠어요?
네, 재작년에 한번 쳐봤어가지고 코스는 다 알고 있고, 그리고 뭐 조금 언듈레이션도 심하고 그린 경사도도 심한 코스로 이제 좀 기억을 하고 있습니다.
근데 몇몇 프로님들 얘기 들어보니까 뭐 그린의 경도가 좀 딱딱해졌다.
네.
그런 얘기를 좀 하는 것 같은데 본인.
네, 그런 것 같아요. 저도 뭐 연습 라운드를 해보니까 조금 재작년보다는 좀 딱딱한 편인 것 같고, 그리고 좀 코스도 이제 파5랑 파4로 이제 바뀐 홀도 있거든요. 그런 홀도 있어서 난이도가 조금 더 올라가지 않을까 싶습니다.
이제 우리나라 대회고 이제 일본 선수를 초청해서 저희가 이제 우리나라에서 하고 있기 때문에 또 이제 우리나라의 또 매운맛을 또 보여줘야 되는 것도 있잖아요.
네.
근데 또 이거 굳이 한일전이라 표현하고 싶진 않지만
네.
그래도 우리나라 사람들 속 머릿속에는 그게 있을 것 같아요. 어떤 각오로 나오셨어요?
뭐 일단 뭐 축구든 뭐든 야구든 이제 일본이랑 하면 조금 이기고 싶은 마음도 크고 또 이렇게 한국에 대한 뭔가 이 자부심이 좀 크잖아요. 그런 거인 만큼 뭐 저희 한국 선수들도 뭐 우승자는 꼭 한국 선수가 했으면 하는 마음이고, 또 뭐 저 역시도 뭐 일본 선수들한테 뭐 지고 싶은 마음은 없죠. 네.
프로님 보시기에 이제 일본이랑 한국 골프 남자들 레벨은 어느 정도 수준이라고 생각해요? 서로 비슷하다고 생각해서 어떤 좀 레벨 차이가 있나요?
일단 뭐 한국 선수 레벨도 많이 올라갔고, 그리고 일본 선수들은 뭐 예전부터 이제 골프를 또 잘 치기로 또 유명한 나라고, 일본 전체 선수들의 선수층은 두껍다고 저는 생각하고 있습니다.
이제 프로님 연령대에 동년 회사를 다니는 사람들에 비해서 프로님들은 좀 큰 돈을 한 번에 만지고 이런 경우가 있다 보니까
네.
재테크나 이런 부분이 관심이 좀 많아요. 어떻게 하시는 편이세요?
뭐 저는 따로 막 뭐 어디 투자를 하거나 그렇지는 않는 편이고요. 그냥 뭐 은행 뭐 적금이나 뭐 이런 그 이자율이 조금 괜찮은 대로 이제 조금 돈을 넣어두고 좀 그런 식으로 저축하고 있습니다.
이렇게 좀 늘어가는 게 보여요?
근데 이제 뭐 금액이 엄청나게 크지가 않다 보니까 그냥 뭐 소소하게 그냥 이 정도면 뭐
나쁘진 않다 이 정도만 하고 있습니다.
서해서 프로를 기대했던 팬들도 많잖아요. 우리 또 팬이 많기로 유명한 선수인데 요즘
네.
좀 원하는 성적이 좀 안 나와서 좀 아쉬울 것 같은데
네.
이번 대회는 어떨 것 같으세요?
초반에 조금 계속 안 좋았어서 근데 뭐 전체적으로 조금씩 다 좋아지고 있는 것 같아서 이번 대회도 뭐 매대 기대가 되고요. 그리고 일단 좀 대회를 좀 길게 보고 좀 생각하고 있어요. 조금 지금 안 될 시기구나 생각을 하고 또 다시 또 잘 될 때가 있지 않을까라고 생각하고 기다리고 있습니다.
여기까지 하겠습니다.
네.
감사합니다.
감사합니다.
잘 치세요.
네.
자, 요즘 페이스 장난이 아닙니다.
네네.
어떤 게 이렇게 잘 되는 거예요?
요즘 이제 아무래도 전보다 이제 퍼팅이 좀 잘 되고 있어요. 한 1, 2m 퍼팅이 좀 안 빠져가지고요. 성적이 같이 좋아진 것 같습니다.
어때요? 지금 여기 2년 만에 다시 온 남춘천이잖아요. 좀 프로들이 어떻게 느껴지나요? 좀 다른 점이 있나요?
솔직히 전 너무 어렵던데요. 2년 전에 여기 쳤었었는데 이렇게 어려웠었나 싶을 정도로 그린 경사가 굉장히 어렵더라고요. 그래서 이번 시합 때는 좀 샷에 좀 집중을 해야 될 것 같아요.
이제 우리가 좀 구태의하는 질문이지만 또 일본 선수랑 붙으면 또
네.
우리한테 그렇잖아요.
네네.
그래서 이번 대회 출전하는 각오가 남다를 것 같아요.
네, 일단은 일본 선수들 굉장히 잘 치는 걸로 알고 있어서요. 또 요즘 제가 또 페이스가 좋잖아요. 네, 저도 감이 나쁘지 않으니까 한번 최선을 다해서 일본 선수 꼭 이기고 싶네요.
그 역대급 페이스다 보니
네.
요즘 상금이 또 굉장히 많이 들어오셨을 테고,
네.
이 아무래도 은행 대회다 보니까
네.
재테크에도 관련 프로들은 어떻게 하나
네.
궁금하거든요. 어떻게 하는 편이세요?
일단은 제가 이만큼 벌어본 게 처음이에요. 이만큼 상금이 들어온 게 처음이어서 지금 이제 돈을 많이 벌었던 이제 프로 형들한테 물어보고 있는 중이고요. 어떤 식으로 이제 재테크를 해야 되는지 알아보고 있습니다.
기존에 어떻게 하고 있었어요?
기존에는 뭐 재테크 할 만큼의 돈이 내 상금을 벌지 못했어가지고요. 네, 이제 알아봐야 돼요.
그렇게 그 돈이 많이 들어온다는 게 상금이지만 어쨌든
네.
이제 프로들은 전성기 때 확 벌어서
네.
그 후반기를 보내야 되는 거잖아요. 이후를. 그래서 좀 더 체계적인 게 필요할 것 같은데 그런 교육 같은 게 좀 없는 게 사실이잖아요. 어때요?
네.
그런 어떤 학습이 안 돼 있잖아요. 아무래도.
그렇죠. 이게 이만큼 이제 상금을 벌었을 때 대비가 안 돼 있어서요. 지금 굉장히 좀 머리가 아파요. 이 돈을 어떻게 가지고 있어야 되는지도 아직 잘 모르겠고 어떤 식으로 돈을 더 불려야 될지 불린다고 말을 해야 되나? 네, 돈을 어떻게 좀 더 이제 불려야 될지 이제 알아봐야죠.
큰 금액이 들었을 때 기분은 어떻든가요?
너무 좋았습니다. 이 정도로 큰 상금은 처음 받았었으니까요. 그리고 이제 지난주 대회에서도 이제 준우승으로 나쁘지 않은 이제 상금을 받게 되는데 기대됩니다.
이제 그 부인 되시는 분이
네.
어떤 반응이었는지 궁금해요.
네, 일단은 계속 대회 제가 지금까지 예선 통과를 계속 했었거든요. 그래서 집에 언제 오냐고 빨리 애기 같이 보자고 이제 막 불만을 토로했었는데 이제 통장에 이제 상금이 들어오면서부터 그런 말이 좀 많이 들어간 것 같아요. 기분이 좋습니다.
자, 그 좋은 페이스 이번 대회 각오는?
일단은 지난주까지도 이제 감이 나쁘지 않았어가지고요. 지난주 감 그대로 이어서 이번 주도 조금 샷에 집중을 하다 보면은 계속 찬스가 올 것 같아요. 그 찬스 한번 잘 살려서 이번 대회도 한번 욕심 한번 내보도록 하겠습니다.
여기까지 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
들렸어? 네. 상금 들어온 거 어떻게 할지 모르겠다고 그랬잖아요. 상상이에요. 주식, 부동산, 저축, 코인.
진짜 어려운 질문인데요. 뭐가 맞을까요? 일단 선택하라면 제가 주식이나 코인 이런 거는 아예 몰라서요. 부동산 쪽으로 가지 않을까요?
맞습니다. 감사합니다. 하신 다음에 기간을 좀 띄워줄 거니까 너무 조급해서 좀 마시고. 자, 먼저 우승 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
기분 어떠세요?
지금
잠깐만.
죄송합니다.
축하드립니다. 기분 어떠세요?
일단 기분이 너무 좋고요. 지금 일요일부터 지금 오늘까지 전화 거짓말 안 하고 한 1000통 넘게 받고 죽겠습니다.
근데 행복한 신음이죠. 뭐. 네.
그 정말 기다리던 우승을 하시고 나서 세레머니가 정말 많은 사람들이 조회수도 기록하고
네.
그랬는데 그 영상 찾아봤다 안 봤다?
한 1000번 봤습니다. 네, 거짓말 안 치고 방금도 보고 왔어요. 네.
어떻게 보니까?
좀 부끄럽더라고요. 재밌기는 하고 근데 참 그거 보면서도 뭐 그게 들어가냐, 난 참 희한하네 하면서 그런 생각을 좀 했습니다. 네.
저희가 경기를 보면서 저희가 정가람 프로를 저희가 평소에 봤을 때 장난기도 많고 플레이하면서 버디 들어가면 막 카메라 보고 손도 흔들어주고 막 이런 것들 많이 봤기 때문에 어쨌든 좀 유쾌하고 이런 플레이를 하는 게 저희한테 익숙했는데 이상하게 이번 대회 때는 그런 모습이 많이 없었어요. 되게 진중해 보이고 막 버디에도 특별한 어떤 것도 없고 그랬거든요. 특별한 이유가 있나요?
당연히 이제 우승 경쟁을 하다 보니까 좀 자연스럽게 좀 진지하게 임하지 않았나 싶었습니다. 그리고 또 오랜만에 너무 오랜만에 사실 그렇게 선두권이어서 좀 더 긴장을 많이 했던 것 같아요. 사실 그러니까 장난칠 겨를이 없었죠. 그런 것 같습니다. 네.
근데 최종전 가기만 해도 아직 선두권이랑 좀 다수가 좀 있었단 말이에요. 그래서 우승 경쟁 물론 할 수 있었지만 내가 우승할 수 있을까 이런 생각은 최종전에 들어갈 때는 없었을 것 같은데 어땠어요? 최종전 들어갈 그때 어땠어요?
마지막 날 들어갔을 때 사실 기분은 좋았어요. 조금만 잘하면 진짜 우승할 수 있겠다 생각을 했는데 초반에 생각보다 너무 안 풀려서 제가 겁을 그러니까 좀 너무 오랜만에 그런 챔피언조에서 경기를 하고 그렇게 하다 보니까 너무 떨려서 퍼팅을 계속 짧게 치더라고요, 제가. 그래서 그래도 참 아깝긴 한데 그래도 5등 안에만 좀 들어보자 뭐 좀 그런 마인드였었던 것 같아요. 안녕하십니까. 중인데 그래도 편집의 기술이 있으니.
그 복귀했을 때 야 내가 요 텀에서는 내가 좀 승기를 잡았다라든지 야 요거 들어가면 내가 뭔가 있다 이런 느낌이 있었을 것 같아요. 우승이 좀 가까워졌다라든지 이런 느낌이 어느 타이밍인가요?
사실 경기를 할 때 시청자분들은 리더보드를 계속 보시잖아요. 근데 저는 리더보드를 잘 못 봤어요. 코스에 계속 홀마다 있는 것도 아니고 한 4홀, 5홀 요렇게 있기 때문에 제가 선두인지도 잘 몰랐고 몇 등인지도 잘 이제 몰랐었는데 14번 홀에서 13번 홀에서 이글 펫을 했는데 많이 지나갔어요. 거의 한 5발, 6발 지나갔는데 그거 들어가고 좀 확신을 하지 않았나 생각이 듭니다. 좀 버디 펫이 좀 어려웠는데 어렵게 상황을 만들었죠. 제가 이상하게 그걸 그냥 붙이기만 해도 되는 거를 넣겠다고 까불다가 한 5m 지나가게 지고 근데 그거 들어가서 좀 승기를 잡은 게 아닌가 싶습니다.
14번 홀에서 버디 넣고 세레머니가 좀 인상적이던데 좀 크게 했던 이유가 있어요?
사실 들어갈 줄 몰랐고 넣고는 너무 버디를 하고 싶었는데 홀컵 정중앙으로 들어가길래 저도 모르게 나왔습니다. 약간 좀 그게 사실 거의 쐐기 시청을 다시 보기를 해보니까 그게 사실상 쐐기 박는 거였더라고요. 그러니까 본능적으로 좀 알았던 것 같아요. 그냥 리더보드를 보진 못했어도 이게 엄청 좀 결정적인 버디 펫이었겠구나 라고 생각해서 세레머니가 좀 크게 나온 것 같습니다.
18번 얘기는 안 할 수 없을 것 같아요.
저는
그때
18번
상황을 좀 설명을 좀 해주세요. 얼마큼 남았고 이런. 네.
그러니까 저는 이제 티샷을 했는데 왼쪽으로 딱 가는 거예요. 그래서 근데 사실 저는 한타차인 줄 알았어요. 한타차. 이대한 프로가 이제 15언더인 줄 알고 한타차인 줄 알고 이제 마지막 홀에 갔는데 티샷 그렇게 가고 세컨도 한 20m 이상 넘게 남았단 말이에요. 3퍼트를 하면은 연장인 줄 알았어요. 저는 한타차인 줄 알고. 그래서 일단 최대한 붙이자. 이거 팔을 하기가 쉽지 않잖아요. 사실 20m 넘는 퍼팅을 3퍼트 할 확률도 엄청 높고 사실 그린이 쉬운 것도 아닌데 그냥 붙이자라는 마인드로 했는데 그게 들어가더라고요. 그래가지고 난리 났죠. 막 메인 스폰서 줘 하면서 이제 난리 났지. 그 모자를 던진 게 약간 그런 의미예요. 메인이 없잖아요. 그래서 메인 없으니까 메인이 있었으면 당연히 모자를 못 던지죠. TV 잘 나야 되니까. 근데 메인이 없어가지고 좀 그런 모자 세레머니를 좀 한 것 같습니다. 메인 좋아 이렇게 좀 네.
자, 그렇게 우승을 하고 나니까 뭐 이렇게 전화도 많이 통하셨다고 했는데
네.
그냥 그 우승했을 때 그 느낌들을 다시 한번 복귀한다면 어떤 기분이던가요? 이렇게 정말 메이저 중에 메이저를 먹었는데.
그냥 솔직히 제가 축하를 아직도 받고 있다 보니까 아직 꿈 같고 사실. 그리고 이번에 행복하다, 그냥 큰 마음의 짐을 덜어놓은 느낌. 우승해서 당연히 기쁘고 오랜만에 정말 우승을 해서 개인적으로 너무 참 말로 표현이 안 되는 참 그런 감정들이 하루에도 막 수십 번씩 왔다 갔다 해요. 행복과 안도감과 또 막 이런저런 감정들이 계속 왔다 갔다 하는데 부모님이 너무 좋아하시니까 너무 좋아서 그냥 그렇습니다. 계속 지금도 너무 좋아요. 그냥 누가 때려도 좋아요. 그냥 그 정도입니다.
그 미래 아내분도 되게 좋아했을 것 같아요.
난리 났죠. 저보다 저랑 비슷하게 전화를 받은 것 같아요. 와이프도. 장인어른 장모님도 마찬가지고 부모님도 마찬가지고.
자, 이제 그 아까 메인 스폰서를 필요하다 했는데
네.
자, 카메라 한번 보시고 어필 한번 하시죠. 저 이 정도 실력입니다. 자, 저 FA입니다.
네. 제가 뭐 우승을 앞으로 또 할 생각이 있는데 그때는 모자를 던지고 싶지가 않습니다. 메인 스폰서가 있으면 절대 모자를 던지지 않으니까 네, 꼭 여기에 좀 좋은 거 네, 해주시면 감사하겠습니다.
지난주는 지난주고
네.
이번 주는 또 새로운 한 주가 시작되잖아요.
네.
이 대회도 또 상금도 만만치도 않고 그 규모도 있는 대회고.
맞습니다.
네, 그렇기 때문에 또 이번 대회 각오는 어떤 각오로 나오셨는지.
사실 부담감이 사실 있습니다. 저번 주 우승해서 뭐 시드 걱정이나 이런 건 다 덜어냈지만 아직은 시즌 사실 초중반이에요. 아직 초중반이고 아직 좀 더 대상 포인트나 상금 순위 그런 것들에서 아직은 뭐 이제 레이스가 본격적으로 이제 시작되는 느낌이기 때문에 저번 주에 우승하고 솔직히 지금 너무 피곤하고 하지만 그래도 끝까지 절대 컷탈락하지 않고 좋은 순위를 내도록 해봐야 될 것 같습니다. 또 스폰서 분들도 항상 지켜보고 있다는 생각으로 열심히 한번 해보겠습니다. 작년에 여기 우승 스코어가 꽤 높은 걸로 알고 있는데 저도 한번 도전해보고 그리고 연습 라운딩 해보니까 그렇게 엄청 어렵지는 A1보다는 쉬운 것 같아요. 저는 그래서 열심히 한번 해보도록 하겠습니다.
남은 이번 시즌 각오는?
지금 제가 대상 포인트가 6등 그리고 상금 순위가 2등으로 랭크가 되어 있는데 사실 이번 시즌은 30등 안에만 들자 했어요. 포인트. 그래서 제네시스 챔피언십 꼭 나가려고 했는데 지금 시즌 초반부터 벌써 이렇게 2등 6등 하고 있으니까 대상과 상금왕을 모두 한번 노려보겠습니다.
자, 우리 시청자 여러분들한테 저 정단함 이제부터 시작이다.
네.
많이 응원해달라 한마디 해주세요. 자.
KPGA 선수권에서 보여드렸던 그 멋진 모습을 자주 보여드릴 수 있게 열심히 연습하고 노력하겠습니다. 재밌게 봐주세요. 감사합니다.
자, 마지막 여담으로
네.
상금이 크게 들어왔잖아요.
네.
요거 재테크 같은 건 어떻게 하시나요?
아직 입금이 안 됐습니다.
아니, 그러니까 이제
네.
들어올 예정이잖아.
네.
어떤 재테크나 이런 것들 좀 하세요?
재테크는 따로 돈을 빼놓은 게 있어서 그걸로 지금 진행 중이고 그 돈 빼고 합쳐서 이제 집 살려고요. 신혼집. 네. 따로 투자 같은 건 할 예정이 아닙니다. 지금 약간 하락장 아닌가? 아무튼. 네.
여기까지 하겠습니다.
감사합니다.
감사합니다.
예.
잘 치십시오. 진짜. 먼저 한국 팬들한테 자기 소개 좀 해달라고.
韓国のファンの方に自己紹介お願いします。
皆さんはじめまして、稲森祐希と言います。よろしくお願いします。
처음 뵙겠습니다. 저는 이나머리 유기라고 합니다. 잘 부탁드립니다.
한국을 찾은 소감, 아까도 여러 번 왔다 그랬었는데 한국을 찾은 소감 다시 한번 좀 얘기해달라고.
韓国に来て感想、韓国で試合する感想お願いします。
そうですね、僕自身韓国大好きなので、結構プライベートでも何回か来たことあるので、今週韓国での開催ということで非常に楽しみにしてました。
제가 한국을 엄청 좋아하거든요. 그래서 사적으로 많이 오기도 하고, 그래서 그런 한국에서 플레이하는 게 엄청 기대된다고 합니다.
한국이 어떤 점이 좋은지.
한국은 どういうとこが好きですか？
僕食べ物がすごく好きで、特にキムチとか、あと韓国海苔とか、あとスンドゥブとか、そういうチャプチェ、もう言ったら全部好きなんで、結構辛いもの大好きなんで、もうそういうのも楽しみできましたね。
매운 음식도 음식이 좋아하기 때문에 그런 걸 기대하고 있어요.
뭐 잡채도 좋아하고 뭐 이런 얘기 하던데.
네, 잡채도 좋아하고 김도 좋아하고.
그 찾은 이 골프장 컨디션은 어떻게 느꼈는지 오늘.
今日プレーしてみてこのゴルフ場に着いたらどう思いました？
そうですね、すごくアップダウンがあるのと、やっぱグリーンもすごくアンジュレーションがきつかったので、本当、ティーショットもそうですし、セカンドショットが特にピンポジション次第ではすごくマネジメントが必要なんじゃないかなって思いますね。
업다운가 심해지고 그리고 그린도 어렵고 그래가지고 세컨드 샷이 엄청 중요하게 생각합니다.
좀 하는 거고? 아니지. 그 한국 선수들과 일본 선수들의 수준 차이가 어느 정도 있다고 생각하는지, 아니면 수준 레벨이 비슷하다고 생각하는지.
한국と日本人選手でレベルが差があるか感じたか、それともレベルは一緒って感じたか。
いやもうレベルは高いと思いますね、僕は。やっぱ韓国人プレイヤーは僕の中ではすごく強いっていうイメージなので、やっぱこういうなんですかね、コースの特徴といいますか、こういうやっぱこうなんていうか、ポテトチップスみたいな感じのゴルフ場が多いイメージなので、やっぱそういう部分ではこうスキルアップもなってるんじゃないかなと思うので、やっぱこういう今週の試合もすごくハイレベルな戦いが待ってるんじゃないかなと思いますね。
이렇게 어려운 골프장에서 골프 치니까 한국 선수들이 레벨이 높다고 생각하나 보네. 그렇게.
길게 얘기했는데.
그리고 이번 주도 그렇게 레벨은 높은 사람과 일본 선수들이랑 같이 시합하기 때문에 시합 자체적으로 레벨이 높다고.
높은 레벨 퀄리티의 대회가 될 것 같다. 오케이. 자, 혹시 일본에서는 상금을 받으면 재테크를 어떻게 할까요? 그런 걸 선수들은 좀 물어봐 주실래요?
재테크?
그러니까 예를 들면 상금을 받으면 큰 돈을 받잖아요. 그거를 어떻게 관리하는지.
그러니까 たくさん賞金もらうじゃないですか。
はい。
その管理をどうしてます？
すっごいの聞くじゃん。管理いや管理お金をもらった後の。
お金をもらって。
いや家族ですよね。家族に特に妻とかにやっぱ管理してもらった方が安心なのかなって思うんですけど、僕もある程度管理したいなと思いますけど、そこは家族優先なんで頑張りたいなと思いますね。
우선적으로 가족들에게 쓰고 저도 관대하고 싶지만 그래도 아내가 관대하는 게 더 좋다고 생각한다.
그거에 대한 불만은 없는지.
それについて奥さんが管理することについて不満はない。
왜냐면 남자는 항상
すごいね、すごいね。ちょっといや不満はここではちょっとノーコメントでお願いします。はい。
자, 이번 대회 각오 한마디 해달라고.
この大会の意気込みだったり教えてください。
そうですね。やっぱせっかく韓国に来たからには、僕自身は韓国で開催される試合回数は3回目なので、やっぱすごく楽しみにしてましたし、やっぱ同時にやっぱこうハイレベルな、先ほど言ったようにハイレベルな戦いが待ってると思うので、やっぱ自分のスキルアップも含めてやっぱ出るからにはやっぱ優勝争い絡んでいきたいなと思います。
한국에서 개최된 시합에 나오는 게 세 번째인데 그렇게 한국에 왔으니까 열심히 하고 싶고 나오니까 이제 우승하고 싶은 마음도 있죠.
더군다나 지난 작년에는 한국 사람이 일본에서 우승했으니까 더 욕심이 날 것 같다고 한번 물어봐 주세요.
去年はこの大会日本であってヤンジホさん勝ったけど今回はどうですかって日本人勝ちたいっていう気持ち強いですか？
そうですね、まあ